Made progress on your things ordered by the court. And then after we finish those, we'll start with new cases. So reviews first, come up to the table when you're called. Call the reviews.
Danielle Summers, Nathan Boyd, Trevor Dement, Dakota Kraft, Jacob Williams.
All right, Danielle Summers is here. This is 212640. And I'm looking for a report from Bethesda for her. Okay, so we don't have the results. She did a screen on the 28th, and we don't have the results back.
No, the results haven't came back for that send-off yet.
Okay, well, she's gonna have to do a screen, because on the 17th, she took a screen here, it was terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, go do your screen, come back, and we'll figure out what we're gonna do after I get the screen. Nathan Boyd.
Yes, sir.
All right, have you done anything since the last time you were in court?
The community service, I haven't been able to. I paid $75 on my fine this morning, but I was out of town for almost 6 weeks. And then my grant, when I got back in, my grandma, she's got a remodel she's trying to get sold, which she's selling it next week. It's finished up now, so I'll be able to get caught up on all the community service I got left.
Are you at Southern Hope still?
Yeah.
Do we have a report?
I'm his counselor.
Thank you. Okay, it's a good report. You still have community service to do.
Yeah, I think 92 hours left, I believe.
And yeah, you've got quite a bit.
Yeah.
I want to see more dedication to getting that done. You've got some opportunities. April 29th, May 6th coming up where you can get double credits.
Okay.
This has to get done. I mean,
Yes,
we're
sir.
going on 2 years and you haven't got this stuff done. So jail's the only option I've got if you don't do it.
Yeah, I've only got like half of everything paid off and done.
So I want to see some priority in getting that done.
Yes, sir.
And you're working, what's your work schedule?
It just whenever we get called out of town.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if it's a Monday or Friday for your review.
No, not really.
All right, I'm going to make it April 28th, which is a Friday. I want to see some community service done. Continue with your counseling. And let's get this stuff completed.
Yes, sir.
April 28th, 9 o'clock. Trevor Dement is not here.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Has he been coming by for his screens?
John, somebody, he's been coming in every day doing his screens, and they've been accepted.
Okay, well, tell him he's got a week to get in here before he'll get a warrant for failure to appear. Dakota Kraft.
Yes, sir.
2320, 22-130, 20-26-19, 15-928. Is that Bethesda? Okay. Well, it looks like you're doing what you need to do, but you still have stuff left to do, is what I'm taking the
Yes, sir.
report as. Have you done any community service since the last time you were here?
Yes, sir. Every Thursday and Saturday.
Is that correct?
I will have to verify that, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, once you go, I'm going to recall it because I want to know how much he's done. So let's recall yours after I get a report on your community service.
Yes, sir.
Jacob Williams, 22,806 and 807. And you're at Riverside?
No, they transferred me to TCC in Portsmouth because it's closer to where I live.
Okay.
I
You
have
have a report with you?
Yeah. I also got my medical marijuana card.
Okay. I'm going to order you to take a urine screen here, and then I'll have you back after you do that, and we'll decide how we're going to go forward. It does say you've been there for an assessment. Go do a urine screen.
Yes, sir.
State of Ohio recalls Dakota Craft.
Your Honor, if I may, the gentleman from Bethesda reported to me that he's been doing the county police on Saturdays.
Okay. So you wouldn't have verification on that anyway?
Yeah, he's been going on Thursdays and Saturdays.
All right. Okay, give you a new review hearing date. May 15th will be your next hearing. May 15th, 9 o'clock.
That's the CPS court. That's the day of the CPS court.
Your Honor, he has a court in Calhoun County on the 15th for a court for a CPS case.
Okay, where is that?
Cabell County.
Okay. I'll make it May 12th then.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. May 12th, 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. All right, that finishes the review. So the next thing we're going to do are what's called arraignments, which is either a new charge against you, or if you have an old charge against you that you didn't do what you're ordered to do and have a warrant, then you're going to get called with the arraignments. When your name is called, come up to the table to your right, and I'm going to go over the reason that you're here. Everyone who is in a criminal court, which that's what this is, criminal court, you can go to jail, so you have certain rights. And I'm going to explain what your rights are so you understand them. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to make statements. If you choose to make a statement, everything we say, everything I'm saying now is being recorded. What you say is being recorded. The state of Ohio can use it against you if you admit something about your case. You have a right to have an attorney. If you're facing jail, which most of the charges here are jailable, you have a right to have an attorney appointed if you can't afford one. I have a guideline I have to go by, so I have to ask you about what your income is if you want a court-appointed lawyer. You have a right to bail and to make the state prove any charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Those are the rights defendants have. If you enter a guilty or no contest plea, you're waiving those rights, and you should not do that if you don't understand the proceedings. If you want a trial, if you want to talk to a lawyer, any of those things you need to enter a not guilty plea if you're asked for a plea. That preserves your rights. Call the first case.
State of Ohio versus Tyler Wellman, TRC 23-316 A&D.
Tyler Wellman and Mr. Haslam, you're representing him.
I am, Your Honor.
Do you waive the reading of the charges?
We do, Your Honor.
Enter a not guilty plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can sign a $1,000 signature bond.
Okay. And then, Your Honor, also, Mr. Wellman is currently employed as a pipeliner. Would it be possible to have an ALS suspension, pretrial suspension, or suspension of the ALS termination at this point? I've asked Mr. Heald about it. Mr. Heald says the state takes no position on allowing him to be able to drive.
Okay. He has proof of insurance. He hasn't got the 15 days in, so if there is a conviction, he's got to have total 15 days hard suspension.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you want to prepare prepare an entry and submit it to Mr. Heald, he can just say approve this to form or whatever.
May I approach, Your Honor? I've already got the
Yeah,
entry.
okay. I'll just give you, we need to pick a date. What date would you like to come back for pre-trial? So, I'm looking at probably the 21st or after of April.
I can do the 21st, Your Honor.
Okay. Next hearing is going to be April 21st for pretrial at 10 a.m. I'll just give you the file, and you can take it to the clerk and get your entries filed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus William Hensley, TRC 23-312, A, B, and C.
William Hensley.
William Hensley, William Hensley's here, he needs to come forward. William Hensley was served and ordered to appear today at 9 a.m. He's failed to appear. So there's going to be a capias issued to the State Highway Patrol for his arrest.
State of Ohio versus Terry J. Krantz. Case number TRC 23-311, A and B.
Ma'am, are you Terry Krantz?
I am.
Ms. Krantz, the state's filed a complaint against you alleging that on March 27th, 2023 at 9 p.m. in Fayette Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of alcohol, that you took a breath test and tested 18 on the breath test, 185 actually. It's alleged this will be your first conviction if you're found guilty. On a first offense under Ohio law, the maximum you face is 6 months in jail, a $1,075 fine, and a 3-year license suspension. That's the most the court can impose if you're found guilty. There is a minimum, so the least the court can impose if you're found guilty, and we'll talk about the breath test score. If your breath test score is 3 days in jail and 3 days in a treatment program, both, $375 fine, and a 6-month license suspension. And the reason of the 3 days in jail is mandatory. There's two numbers that are important on breath tests under Ohio law. The first one is what's called the per se level, and that's 808. So the state's alleging that you tested 18 on the breath test, more than 18 and a half. The per se level under Ohio law is 8. And what does that mean? There's a presumption, or can be a presumption, that you're impaired if you test 8 or higher on the breath test, and the state's saying you tested 18. To get the presumption, the state has to show compliance with there's rules for giving the test, calibrating the machine, that sort of thing. They have to show compliance with those rules for there to be a presumption that you are impaired because you tested above 8. Now, the other number that's important on breath tests is 17. 17 is considered a high breath test, and it raises the minimum penalty. So the state is alleging that you tested 18 and a half. So your test score is considered a high test score, so that's why the minimum penalty on a first offense is usually no jail time, but because you tested above 17, then there's a mandatory 3-day jail sentence in addition to 3 days of treatment. So that 3 days in jail is added for a high test score. Do you understand what I've explained to you? You're also charged with failure to control your vehicle. That's a minor misdemeanor. The maximum penalty for that's a $150 fine. So you have those 2 charges. Do you understand the charges? Do you understand the rights I explained at the beginning of court? Do you have any questions about anything before you enter a plea?
I just have physical therapy for 24 more weeks. I just had rotator cuff repair surgery on March 1st.
Okay.
And I live alone. And I have no one to help me, so I go to physical therapy 3 times a week.
But do you have any questions?
No.
How do you wish to plead to these charges?
Guilty for having a drink after physical therapy.
Okay, well, I'll accept your guilty plea, but I want to make sure you understand the consequences. So this is a very serious charge, and it's mandatory jail time. I don't have a choice. The legislature, the folks you elect to go to the legislature said, Judge, you have to put this lady in jail for at least 3 days. No choice about it.
I don't.
So, do you want to talk to a lawyer? Have you talked to a lawyer about this case?
I have not.
Do you want to
never
talk
been
to
in
a lawyer about it?
I've never been in this situation before.
I understand. And maybe that's a reason to talk to a lawyer, because they're in this situation all the time.
Sure.
So, do you want to talk to a lawyer?
I don't know.
Well, you're facing a mandatory jail sentence. If it was me and I didn't know remember what I said at the beginning? If you don't know what to do, if you don't understand what's happening, you probably need to talk to a lawyer. This is a serious case.
Okay.
Do you want to talk to a lawyer?
Yeah, I can't afford one though.
Okay.
I have no income at this time.
Well, if that's true, how have you been supporting yourself?
The last few months I've been with my income tax. I have filed for disability and Social Security disability.
But you haven't received it yet?
Not yet. It's still pending.
Were you working before that time?
I've always worked, yeah.
What did you do?
I worked at Sam's Club, and I was a manager at Dollar Tree for several years, a nighttime closing
When was
manager.
the last time you did actively work?
A little over a year ago.
Okay. Do you have any money saved?
No.
All right. You're
I have
eligible for
nothing.
court-appointed counsel. So I'll appoint Roger Smith to represent you. And he's here, so I'm going to get him in the courtroom so you can talk with him. Mr. Smith, this is Terry Krantz. She has a first offense, but with a high test score. So I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you. I'm going to set your bond at $1,000 signature bond, and what that means, you're going to sign a piece of paper that says, I promise to come to court as I'm ordered. And if I don't show up, I'll pay $1,000 as a penalty. Plus, then you get a warrant
I don't think I can
for not
sign that.
appearing. So just come to court, you don't have to post any money.
Just the best you can.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm looking at hearing dates. She has it's a Les breath test score of 185. The 21st or after of April.
I can do the 21st, Judge.
All right, April 21st will be the pretrial, and that's going to be at 10 a.m.
740. 600.
Not guilty plea is entered.
7326.
You're free to go. I'll call you.
State of Ohio versus Alec R. Berry, case number TRD 23292, A and B.
And you're Alec Berry?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Berry, You've got two charges, it looks like. This case number is 23292A and B. The A case alleges March 23rd, 2023, at 8:11 p.m. in Perry Township. You were driving a vehicle and left the scene of an accident that should have been reported, so that's leaving the scene, hit skip, it's commonly called. It's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. In the B case is alleged that you failed to control your vehicle, that's a minor misdemeanor, maximum penalty $150 fine. Do you understand the two charges?
Yes, sir.
You understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to these charges?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed?
Yes, sir.
Do you work?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I work at, I'm a case manager at a treatment center.
Are you paid by the hour?
Yeah,
How much per hour?
13,
How many hours a week do you work?
a little over 40.
Do you have children?
Yeah, I got one.
Does this child live with you, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're supporting the child. You're eligible for court-appointed counsel. I'll appoint Mr. Stratton to represent you. I need Mr. Stratton in the courtroom. Mr. Stratton, this is Alec Berry. He's got leaving the scene and a failure to control charge. Not guilty plea is entered. You can sign a $1,000 signature bond. Hearing dates of April 21st or thereafter. What would you like?
Any date is fine, Your Honor.
Let's do April 24th. That's a Monday.
Okay.
April 24th for pretrial, 10 a.m.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's go inside.
State of Ohio versus Seth R. Harrison, case number TRC 23297A.
Sir, are you Seth Harrison?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Harrison. Case number is 23297, and it alleges that on March 25th at 12:46 a.m. in Perry Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of either alcohol or drugs or a combination, that you refused to take tests, and that this was your first offense. Maximum penalty on a first offense is 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, 3-year license suspension. The minimum penalty is 3 days in a treatment program, $375 fine, and a 6-month license suspension. You're charged with having either a tail light or a license plate light out on the rear of your vehicle. And that's a minor misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is $150 fine. Those are the two charges. Do you understand the two charges?
Yeah, I understand them.
Do you understand your rights?
Yeah,
You have, what plea do you wish to enter?
not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed?
Of course I want a lawyer.
Are you working?
No, they won't let me have a job here.
I'm sorry?
I don't have a job, sir. They don't want it.
You have no income?
We know what's going on. I can't get a job. They took my CDLs over a tagline.
Were you working before this?
I'm writing a book.
Okay, but you're getting no income.
No income, no. We know that.
I'll appoint Mr. Steyer to represent you.
I mean, yeah,
I enter a not guilty plea for you.
thank you.
Mr. Steyer will come in and I'll introduce you. Mr. Steyer, this is Sap Harrison.
Nice to meet you, sir.
First offense, OVI with a alleged refusal. Looking at April 21st or after for pretrials.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, what day?
April 21st or after?
I'm available as of the 21st, 21st, 24th, 28th, any of those days will work.
Okay, let's do the 24th. It's a Monday. April 24th, pretrial at 10 a.m. Mr. Harrison can sign $1,000 signature bond.
Your Honor, we have the sentencing. State of Ohio versus Kara Hearn, case
Just
number
wait for it.
CRB 2381. Mr. Stratton and Mr. Hill in courtroom, please.
Mr. Stratton and Mr. Hill here. And I think we have someone here from Children's Services.
Yeah, they're sitting outside, Your Honor.
Okay, they need to come in the courtroom.
I hear that. Your Honor, I believe it's very good reports from Bethesda. She's participating in Thrive. I think everything's going really well.
This is,
Yeah, very good.
Doesn't say anything about any screens with their, got their ring screen.
It should be 329.
It's not, no, let's see. Yeah, okay, that's correct. All right, well, that's a vast improvement over where we have been.
Yes, yeah. Yes.
So the big issue here has been because of the family situation. I've been reluctant to take her out of the home and place her in inpatient, although I thought that's what she really needed for the last few weeks. And that's actually what was recommended before, but because of her child, I was reluctant to do that. She wanted the chance to do outpatient.
I knew I could do it. I just needed the tools and the inspiration from other people. That helped a lot.
Okay. And you're dealing with Children's Services, you're going to keep tabs on this? And
Correct.
are you okay with her continuing outpatient?
Yes, at this time, we have a
Okay.
safety plan in place.
And Juanita, you're in touch with her? And
Yes, she completed her assessment. They do a 30-day provisional. She has to complete a full assessment by 4/29, and I will actually be assigned her personally, and I will start working with her next week.
Okay, very good. Mr. Hill?
Well, Your Honor, I think it's impressive on behalf of the entire community that we have such a fine network of people to help people who are in distress. One of the things I want somebody in Ms. Hearn's position to know, and I'm sure she's learning, that this kind of responsibility that other people take for her recovery is not cheap, and it's given willingly to people who want to get better. And that we need to respect that at all times, because this community does a lot to help people. And these are struggles that without the help of all these people might not be possible. So thankfulness, gratefulness is part of what I think everyone needs to learn from this.
It took a whole team.
All right, well, you look a lot better than when you first came in here, and, you know, I'm concerned about you, but I'm also concerned about your son. And, you know, I think I commented on that. I'm continuing to learn, and we had an educational event the last couple of weeks where it was even driven home to me more, the impact that substance use in the home has on children can be devastating. So I'm really concerned about your son. If you're concerned about him, which I know you are, and you love him, that has to be an extra motivation for you.
It is. It's my whole motivation.
Okay, so, and I want, because I think not only the substance use impact him, but taking you out of the home also would impact
Oh, yeah,
him.
no,
So
impact
I don't,
him.
that's why I was reluctant to do it, even though I felt initially that's what you needed, allowing you to stay there, see if you could get it together so far. So you're doing good. Right now, this is the best week you've had by far.
I know.
Yes.
Thank you.
So keep it up. You can do this. You've demonstrated you can do it. We want you to be successful. You've got the tools in place to help you be successful. So I think we need to come back maybe in 10 days.
Okay. Yes.
Rather than a week. Well, I did have you on a weekly basis. I'm going to give you a little bit more time. I want to keep close tabs on you because I'm concerned about you and your son both. So let's see. That would be April 10th. Are you available? April
Yeah,
10th?
that's fine.
Okay, I'm going to see you April 10th.
April 10th.
Keep up the good work, and the better you do, the longer we'll go without you having to come back to court. But right now, I want to make sure things are going as they should.
When am I ever going to find out what my charge is, what?
What's your charge?
it's
what
for-
your sentence is.
Yeah, what my sentence is for my original.
Well, I'm holding a gigantic amble over your head. I mean, you've already pled guilty, but the better you do, the better I'm going to do on the sentencing. I want to see, convince me that you're really serious about this, that you're going to get clean and stay clean. This is going to help you. It's going to help your son, your husband, and the whole community. We all benefit by you being clean.
Okay.
Because when you're clean, then we don't have to pour, there's a lot of people, look at all these people here about you.
I know.
You got a lot of resources. Eventually, you got to do this on your own. We're not going to be able to stand over you. I'm standing over you, making sure you're doing it. At some point, I'm not going to be able to do that. But you got to convince me you can do it on your own. But you're doing it for you and your son, not for me.
I know.
So I don't know when that's going to be,
Okay.
but it's going to take a while.
Okay.
But you continue doing good, it's just gonna.
April the 10th will be your next hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. State of Ohio versus Ryan D. Johnson, case number TRC 23-317, A and B.
Ryan Johnson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson, case number is 23-317A and B. The state's filed a complaint alleging that on March 27th at 9:39 a.m. in Fayette Township, that you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of either drugs or alcohol or a combination of those things. And it's alleged that you refused to take tests. It's also alleged that you've had prior convictions, and the state is alleging that this would be your third offense within the look-back period, so that increases the penalties
Yes, Your
on
Honor.
the charge. So on a third offense, the maximum penalty is 1 year in jail, $2,750 fine, a 10-year license suspension, and forfeiture of the vehicle if it was titled to you. The minimum penalty on a third offense is, with a refusal, is 60 days in jail, $850 fine, and a 2-year license suspension. And the vehicle is actually required if it is a third offense conviction. That's the minimum. That the vehicle has to be forfeited on a third offense. The other charges that you have are failure to control your vehicle. That's a minor misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is a $150 fine. Do you understand these charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the rights you have?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to these charges?
Not guilty.
Do you wish a lawyer appointed to represent you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you working?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you do?
I'm a subcontractor for Village Floor Covering. We just sub work. My pay is, hit or miss. Sometimes I may make good money, sometimes I might not. We haven't worked for almost 3 weeks. I talked to her yesterday, Tiffany at the store, and she said she just wants to hear back from me after today, to see.
Do
So,
you file an income tax return?
no, 1099, but yeah.
Okay, what did you make in 2022? What did you report?
37 or 36.
Do you have family you're supporting?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
We have a house we rent, $900 a month, my
Well, I don't need
wife.
to know that, that
Yeah.
doesn't matter. I just need to know.
My
if you-
wife Shauna and I.
You got kids?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Just you and your wife?
Yes.
Okay, well, then you're making too much money for me to.
What's the continuance to get a lawyer? What's my maximum?
How much time do you need?
I was gonna say anywhere between 60 and 90 days, that way I can, you know, make the money here in the next 30, 45 days and then consult a lawyer then.
I'll give you 3 weeks. So your next hearing is going to be on April 21st,
Okay.
because I not only have to consider your income, but you say you're in a household, your wife works also, so that income is.
My wife works for me and she makes the same money as I do. She's my laborer.
Okay.
She don't work she don't have a job. She's my helper.
Okay, well, the cutoff is 20,000 for a person with no children. So if you make more than 20,000, then I can't appoint a lawyer.
Okay.
April 21st is your next hearing. It'll be a free trial at 10 o'clock. Enter a not guilty plea for you. He can sign a $2,000 signature bond.
Your Honor, he said he posted a bond.
My wife posted $1,000 the other day.
Okay, let me check.
And I do have my proof of insurance. I think my wife has it.
Well, okay, we'll take that, but you can't, with a third offense, there's no driving privileges.
Right, I understand that.
I'm not showing any bond in the file. Do you know what bail bondsman it was?
No, she paid cash yeah, she paid cash. It wasn't a bail bondsman because they wanted to co-sign her.
And you can't take the vehicle because it's been totaled.
It's been totaled and our insurance is in the middle of processing everything.
Okay, I want you to have a seat, let's check on that. We don't take cash bonds, so you didn't use a bail bondsman?
No, sir, I came here and paid $1,000.
$1,000 cash.
At the court?
Did you pay here?
Yes.
I don't know where she paid. She paid.
Okay, just have a seat, I'll have the clerk check on it, we'll recall you once we get that information.
State of Ohio versus Madison Sergeant, case number TRC 20-2548 A and B.
All right, you're Madison Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
It's alleged that you missed a review hearing back in August of 21, August 6th of 2021,
Yes, sir.
and that was on an ODI. Do you admit or deny you missed your hearing back then?
I admit it.
Do you have an explanation?
I was not living in the area at the time, and I just completely forgot.
Okay, and it looks like you're now getting treatment at Lawrence County Recovery.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're in a sober living house.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I support that. It doesn't look like you've done anything on your case. You had community service and fines to pay, and I don't think any of that's been done, has it?
No, I wasn't aware of the community service, but I
It's in your
called.
judgment entry.
I called earlier this week and was informed about the fines, so I will be working on that.
Okay, yeah, you've got 5 days of community service. You got to go to the 3-day school, driver intervention program,
Okay.
and pay fines and court costs. Okay. Well, I support you getting in recovery. Do you have a job now?
Yes, sir.
Where are you working?
I work at Calamity J in Huntington.
Okay. And you're living in Ironton. Are you from Ironton originally?
I'm from Huntington.
Okay. How did you decide to go to Lawrence County Recovery?
My mom lives in Ironton, and she worked it all out for me.
Okay. Well, here's what I'm going to do. You had a warrant outstanding for missing that last hearing, so I'll withdraw the warrant. I'm going to set you up on another scheduled review hearings, and you just need to work on what you're ordered to do. You got community service to do, fines and costs. Is there anybody here from Spectrum? Okay. I want you to go check back in with your probation officer and he can give you information about what you need to do as far as you have what everybody calls the DIP school, driver intervention program, because they either got to make you go to jail or go to that driver intervention program. If you don't do it, you have to go to jail.
How do I know who my probation officer is?
He's in a room right outside the courtroom, so you're going to go there and talk with him before you leave today.
Okay.
You got community service to do. You're in luck in that you got some days you can get double credit coming up. April 29th and May 6th, you get in here, you get 2 days credit for one community service. So, I'm going to give you another review hearing date. What's your work schedule? Does it vary or?
It varies, yeah.
Okay, so you can get here when I give you a date, you'll just have to tell them.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to set it for May the 8th. So write that down. See the little basket? There's a thing that says my next court date is May the 8th, 9 a.m. Go to the probation office when you finish in here in the courtroom. That's to the left as you leave the courtroom. The counter will be right in front of you. Go talk to Mr. Major. Tell him what I told you, and he'll discuss what you need to do to get things finished up. You got to come back on May the 8th. If you don't, I'll issue another warrant for you.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck on your sobriety.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Christopher Lovins, case number CRB 15184.
And you're Christopher Lovins?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Mr. Lovins, it's Les, you missed a hearing back in February of 2020, and, February 2020, February 10, 2020, and had a warrant issued, and that was on a theft offense. You paid your fines, but you didn't do your community service, according to the record I'm looking at.
That's probably correct, sir.
All right. You admit you missed that hearing?
I do.
Do you have an explanation?
I was in treatment at that time.
And what are you doing now?
I am peer support supervisor at Recovery Resource Group.
Okay. So you're working with Mr. Webb?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, we need to get this taken care of. Your community, you've got 10 days of community service to do.
Okay.
So we have a community service program here every morning, 7:30, except Sundays or holidays. And you can get double credit on the April 29th and May 6th. So I'll withdraw the warrant since you came in. Set your next hearing for May the 5th. At 9 a.m. Get your community service done, and you can put down these hearings.
Okay, what time's community service start, sir?
7:30.
7:30?
7:30.
It's Monday through
Come to
Friday.
the west side of the building. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay. May 5th is your next hearing, 9 o'clock. Get it done, and you can quit coming.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Justin James, case number TRD 20-2204.
All right, you're Justin James?
Yes, sir.
This is an old case, but it looks like it's alleged you failed to appear for arraignment back in 2020.
Yeah.
The charge is that on October the 22nd of 2020 at 2:36 a.m. in Fayette Township, you were driving a vehicle without a driver's license. That's an unclassified misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 500 hours of community service and a $1,000 fine.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to this charge?
Not guilty.
I'm sorry?
Not guilty.
All right. Do you have an explanation for not coming to court previously?
I was shortly incarcerated afterwards. I was just released from prison about a week ago.
Okay.
And I'm currently living at the Sober Living Key House in Parkersburg. I drove 3 hours to get here today.
All right, so you can come back for a trial on this?
I would like to pay a fine, and try to get this behind me if I can, because I work 6 days a week now. I just recently, got a job, and I'm,
Well, you don't get to decide what the sentence is.
yes, sir.
But if you enter a not guilty plea, which I'm fine with you doing that, I'm just gonna set it for a trial, and you'll have to come back for a trial. The state will have to subpoena the trooper, and we'll have, hear what the trooper says, and hear what you have to say, and then make a decision.
Plead guilty, Your Honor.
A guilty plea is an admission that this charge is true, and it waives your rights to have a trial
Yeah.
and to have a lawyer. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I have a statement from the officer. The officer says, defendant used his right turn signal when exiting US 52 to Sawler Road. The signal remained on at the stop light. He had the right turn signal activated, but turned left. He then failed to signal when in the roundabout. A lease check showed he did not have a valid operator's license. Okay. And this was, well, your biggest mistake was being out at 2:36 a.m.
Yes, sir.
on 52.
Yes, sir.
Your mom nothing good happens after midnight.
Yes, sir.
And state troopers on 52, what are they looking for after midnight on US 52?
Nothing but trouble.
Drunks.
Yep.
So you do a minor traffic thing, they're gonna pull you over to see if you're also drinking
Yes,
or
sir.
doing drugs. So that's what happened to you, that's why you got pulled over.
Yep.
Because you probably do that at noon, and you probably wouldn't get pulled over. Mr. Heel, do you take any position on this?
Is it a first offense, Your Honor?
It's a no operator's license.
Oh, I thought it was an OVI.
No, it's a no operator's license, but he got pulled over because he was out, in my opinion, my cynical view of sitting here all these years. It's a different standard at 2:36 a.m. than it is at 2:36 p.m. as far as what they're looking for. There are a lot of drunks out at 2:36 a.m.
Yeah.
Makes sense to focus their efforts in those hours, but
Yes.
no, we don't take any position on the no operator's license.
All right. Well, if you would have come in back then, okay, but you said you were incarcerated. Where were you incarcerated?
I was at Western Regional, then I went to Salem, and then I went to Parkersburg Correctional Facility.
Okay, well, that's not a great reason not to miss court, but it's a legally sufficient reason to miss court, because it's impossible to be, when you're incarcerated, it's impossible to be in court. So I will give you a $50 fine on court costs.
Okay. I
So,
appreciate
can you
that.
pay that, or do you need time to pay?
I can pay that.
Okay, see the clerk, pay it today, no probation or anything if you pay it today, you'll be finished.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Good luck on your sobriety.
Thank you, sir.
State of Ohio recalls Ryan Johnson, case number TRC 23-317.
Okay. All right, you are correct, you did post $1,000 cash bond. So I'll make that notation. We don't have that happen very often. So as long as you appear, at the end of your case, you get the $1,000 back.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the
Yes.
reason why it wasn't done, we had had a case number, and they didn't get it until this morning, so it was never done.
Okay. All right, so we'll keep your $1,000 cash bond will continue as you posted it. You will hire an attorney. April 21st is your next hearing at 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Michael Cremines, case number CRB 22655 and CRB 22658. Michael Cremines.
All right, Michael Cremines has a new case, and surprise, surprise, he didn't show up today because he already has a warrant on another case. So, the 22-658 is his new charge. He was in jail, looks like, previously. Did they? We're sure he's not in jail now?
No, just that, Your Honor.
Okay, let's recall this. I'm gonna put it aside. We'll check the jail list, make sure he's not in jail. He should be, because he's got a warrant on an old case.
State of Ohio versus Wayne Allen adult. Case numbers TRC 21645 and CRB 21176.
All right, and this is Mr. Gall, 21176, 21664, you filed. You're the one that messaged me, right? You're
Yes, sir.
at the Lifehouse one?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm glad you came in. Looks like you missed a hearing back in November of 21.
Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna guess maybe you had a relapse after that?
Yes, sir, and then I ended up in the hospital having open heart surgery and...
And now you're back at Lifehouse and recovered?
Yes, sir.
I'll withdraw the warrant that issued back in November of 21. And just put you on you'd already pled guilty on an OBI. I'll just put you on a schedule until it's completed. You've got fines, court costs. You gotta go to the 3-day school. But, I mean, your sobriety is important. When do you have a projected graduation date?
I think it's another 3 months.
Okay, so you're gonna be there a while. You can do some can you get over here and do community service?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Work on that. We'll work with you especially as long as you're making progress toward getting sober.
Yes, sir.
We'll work with you. I'm going to set your next hearing for May 8th.
Yes, sir.
Write that down on that form right in front of you. May the 8th, so that's the second Monday in May. You have another hearing.
At what time?
9 a.m. Those are the first hearings we hear. Get some community service done. You could get the double day on April 29th and May 6th. And then do one extra day and we'll be finished on community service. And then actually, I'll let you work off your fine. If you can't pay, we give you $50 a day credit for your fine on any community service you do above what you were ordered to do.
Okay. Who would I talk to about getting, like, I know, get with the probation officer or whatever about everything else I need to take care of? And
You can go, probably, that is a good idea. It's been a while since you were here. Go refresh with the community, with the probation officer about community service, what you need to do. He can go over all that. He's your contact person. Mr. Major, John Major, is your probation officer. When you go out in the lobby, make a 90-degree left turn, go to the west side of the building there, that open counter, that's probation. So go there talking about
who do I contact about the class or whatever?
Well, usually there's somebody here for that, but there's not today, I don't believe. So talk to Mr. Major. He'll give you the contact information about the 3-day school.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Talk to Mr. Major, then you're free to leave. May the 8th, your next hearing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Philip M. Hively, case number CRB 23192.
Sir, are you Philip Hively?
Yes.
Mr. Hively, it's alleged Fayette Township, March 29th of 2023, you knowingly caused or tried to cause physical harm to April Galloway. The charge filed against you is assault. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. You understand this charge?
Mm-hmm.
You understand your rights?
Mm-hmm.
How do you plead to it?
Not guilty.
You want a lawyer appointed?
Yes.
You have a job?
No, not at the moment.
You have no income? Okay, there's a co-defendant, so we'll call her up too.
State of Ohio versus April D. Galloway, case number CRB 23190.
All right, Ms. Galloway, you're also charged with assault. It's alleged, so both of you are charged with assault. Fayette Township, March 29th, you caused or tried to cause physical harm to Mr. Hively. So that's a first-degree misdemeanor assault charge. Do you understand that? Yes? What plea do you wish to enter?
Guilty.
You want to enter a guilty plea? He's entering a not guilty plea. Did you hear him?
Not really, I guess. I don't know what to believe.
All right. Now, do you work? Do you have a job? Okay, so you both need lawyers. Give me 2 lawyers out here. Get you both lawyers, and then we'll decide how we're going to proceed. Okay. Tyler Smith, I'll appoint you to Mr. Highwood, and Mr. Morford, I'll appoint you to Ms. Galloway. Asa Galloway. This is a cross-filing assault charge. Now, so you both have lawyers. You don't have to say anything, but one of the things I would like to know is, do you, either one of you want the other one ordered to stay away from them? No?
Miss Galloway indicates no, Your Honor.
You don't want one? Okay. Neither one.
Neither party wants a no contact order to stay away. I'm entering not guilty pleas for both. And they can both sign OR bonds of $1,000. And let's see, I think now we're probably April 24th or after for hearings.
That last Monday.
That's the last Monday of April. Okay, how about, let's go into May then. Any date in May would work. Do you have preference?
I don't, Judge. I think
Your Honor, the only, May 8th is the only, I have a trial that week in Judge Ballard's court.
Okay, you want to do the first, May 1st?
We can do the first.
I've got a trial then too.
Okay.
May 1st you do?
Yes, sir.
May 15th?
That's fine, Your Honor.
I'm here then.
Next hearing is May 15th, free trial, 10 o'clock.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Because of the length of time until the first pretrial, which would put us about halfway through the 90 days that we have to try the case, we don't have an opposition to waiting that long, but we would want a time waiver for that period.
That's not probably here.
Mr. Smith?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. Defendant's waive time concerns.
That's my member.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Timothy G. Salmons, case number CRB 23-193.
Timothy Salmons. You're Timothy Salmons?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Salmons, it's alleged March 27th, 2023, Fayette Township, you purposely tried to deprive Walmart of property without their consent. It's a first-degree misdemeanor theft offense. Maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. You understand the charge?
Yes, sir.
You understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead?
Not guilty.
You want a lawyer appointed?
No.
Do you have a job?
Yes.
What do you do?
Work at Taco Bell.
Paid by the hour then?
Yeah.
How much per hour?
$11.
How many hours a week?
25, 30.
Okay, you're eligible for court-appointed counsel. I'll appoint Mr. Stratton.
Okay.
He's here, so we'll get him into the courtroom. Mr. Stratton, this is Timothy Salmons, that's a Walmart theft offense.
Okay.
You can sign a $1,000 signature bond. You're available April 24th?
Yes, Your Honor.
April 24th will be the next hearing. Pre-trial, 10 o'clock.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Let's stand outside.
State of Ohio versus Corey L. Little, case number CRB 23194, A and B, and CRB 23195.
Sir, are you Corey Little?
Sir, yes, sir.
And who is this with you?
This would be a landlord slash guardian. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, who are you?
My name is Virginia Cabell.
And what's your relationship to Mr. Little?
I own the house that he lives in. I'm his landlord.
Okay, well, you need to go back and have a seat unless you're a lawyer or his guardian ad litem or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
He's a grown man, so he has to defend himself.
Oh,
All right, you're Corey Little?
sure. Yes, sir.
Mr. Little, it's alleged on March 26th of 2023, Union Township, you recklessly violated a protection order or a consent agreement. That's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. There's actually 2 counts of it, I guess maybe 2 separate instances, both on March 26th. And then there's one on March 28th. So there's actually 3 counts of violation of the protection order. All are first-degree misdemeanors and all carry maximum penalties of 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. You understand the charges?
Yes, sir.
You understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
How do you plead to these charges?
Not guilty.
You want a lawyer appointed?
We have this been an ongoing case since last year at Mr.
I know you've
Holt.
got other cases pending, right?
What, Mr. Colton or Mr. Holt?
Yeah, is he your lawyer?
He was, yes.
All right, I'll appoint Mr. Holt to represent you on these also. And you've posted a bond with Mr. Sowers, right?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to that remaining?
Well, I know Mr. Little's name, and I know that he's been involved in court. I don't, at this point, know, does he have another case that's still pending?
He does.
And is this other person that's the alleged holder of the protection order the victim in that case or something?
I do not know that. We can call that. What is?
Well, I'm told that it is.
I believe they're on the 24th, just gonna look.
Okay, let's pull up his, to see what kind of cases they are. Falsification, domestic violence. Domestic violence.
It was domestic violence and possession, I believe, sir.
Yeah, there's also possession of drugs. Are you in some kind of a treatment program now?
Yes. I
Where?
just started this week down at Riverside.
Your Honor,
I'm sorry?
he's not compliant, Your Honor.
I just started. You just got my
He
bill
went for an
Friday.
assessment Friday before last and hasn't been back.
It was
Right,
last
that's
Friday.
Mr. Gwynn. So you're supposed, he had something scheduled before then?
Yeah, it was last Friday.
All right, at this point, I'm going to put him back in custody. You're ordered into custody. We'll contact Mr. Holt and see where we go from here.
I just had you do it right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm going to take a screenshot and send it to Mr. Holt. Yes.
Okay, he had other ones for you to sign and move it to the 24th.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Well, we may have to rethink it.
okay.
When was it set?
The 10th. I think either Philip has it or maybe on your desk.
They were on your desk to sign this morning, Mr. Hill.
Oh, that whole stack of stuff.
Yes,
Right, is-
that.
Well, I'll go get it and bring it out here.
Okay.
Okay, I've texted Mr. Holt and see if we can get a response from him. We'll recall Mr. Little later in the docket.
State of Ohio recalls Danielle Renee Summers, case number TRC 212640, A, B, and C.
Well, it's not 100%, but it's better than last week. Or March 17th was your last screening. Did you see the results?
Yeah.
Tested positive for alcohol.
So that is concerning, but it is better. But
Yes.
you definitely have to
She
cut
let it
that
out.
out.
Can I say something, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I didn't know they tested for alcohol, not that I should be drinking. I understand that. I left Bethesda 7/18 of last year, and I work at Big Lots and am getting stable. I'm in another court with my son, and
What court?
Ironton Court. So whenever I was in Bethesda in treatment, I'd been there like 7 months, and his grandparents went and got a lawyer and got temporary custody of my son while I was in treatment and doing well. And that kind of was a setback for me. But the regulations that he had said for me to do was to get stable and then go down and file a motion and I could get him back. I live at a home by myself. I have my electric and water on, working 30 hours a week, and been going to their 5 groups a week, and 2 individuals. I actually did one this morning before I come in. And I have $100 to pay on my fine, so I'm doing a whole lot better.
Okay. Well, nobody said you weren't doing better, but you're not doing everything you need to do. And the last time you were here, you tested for a bunch of stuff, including fentanyl.
Yes.
So, you're not out of the woods yet.
Trying.
Okay. Well, that's what I want you to do. So you've improved since the last time, but we still got work to do.
Yes.
And you have one child or how many?
One.
How old?
He's 5.
Okay. And he's with your
He's with his dad's grandparents.
paternal grandparents?
Yeah, I get him 2 nights a week.
Okay.
Overnight by myself. So it's slowly progressing up in the court in Ironton.
Well, I'm all for you restoring your relationship with your son, but as of March 17th, you were positive for fentanyl, ecstasy, methamphetamine, and morphine.
Yes.
So, and, we've just been going to school on this. The impact on your child. I mean, I really feel like I need to have him here or somebody here advocating for him, because this has a tremendous impact on your child. You using substances. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You ever heard of adverse childhood experiences? Never heard that? It's a thing. They call them ACEs. And the more of those you have, more ACEs is an adverse childhood experience. Having your parents use substances is an adverse childhood experience. Being removed from your parent is an adverse childhood experience. The more ACEs your child has, the more likely he is going to use substances down the road. You're planting seeds for him that are going to crop up probably when he's about, from what the statistics show, and this is going to be shocking, about the 6th grade. He's going to start using substances about the 6th grade. That's what we're showing in the tri-state area. People that are going in and getting treatment, that's when they're first reporting using a substance, on average. 6th grade. And if you live with your child and have stuff in your home and you don't think your child doesn't know it and doesn't know where the stuff is, you're crazy. Your child knows where everything is in your home because he lives there. He's in there rooting. When you're not there, you're out. He's in there rooting around in your drawers or wherever. He knows where everything. I knew where everything was in my parents' home. It's where I lived. I knew every crook and cranny of it. You can't hide anything from your kid. You have got to get serious. You have been playing around. And if you say no, you're lying to yourself. And that's the worst lie, a lie to yourself. You can lie to me and it doesn't matter. You lie to yourself, then you're going to hurt your kid. You are hurting your kid. You've already started it, but we need to end it quick. So what's your explanation for the alcohol?
I drank. I don't have an explanation for the alcohol. I do know that something I never have did in treatment is check my mental health. And something that I've been talking to my counselor about was getting on the MAP program, and that's tomorrow, but just for 30 days. And then they have a Sublocade shot that you take, and then so you don't withdraw from the Suboxone, just to kind of get me back on track.
Well, I'm going to, I don't know what treatment regime you need, and I'm not going to sit here and say I have some insight on what you should do. I'm not going to say you shouldn't do MAT if that's what's recommended to you. If you need help, you need mental health, because a lot of folks that have substance use have mental health needs also, and there's facilities available there. I want you to get what help you need. Let's try Thrive. Let's give you a peer recovery coach. Juanita is here from Thrive. You're still doing outpatient. So that's somebody you can call if you think, 2 o'clock in the morning, I need to take a drink. I think you've got a coach you can call.
Thank you so much.
And I want her to talk to you. I mean, we got to get this under control. And that you can do it, but you haven't done it yet. So, for a lot of reasons. So I want to see you back. I'm not going to make you go inpatient. If you had tested like you did the last time, I was going to make you go inpatient today. So you made improvement, but we're still not exactly where you need to be. So we need to keep working on things. And I want to see you in about 2 weeks. So that'll be the 14th. Do you need to talk with her any, or do you need any conversation?
I'll speak with her and I'll get in touch with her.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
April 14th, come back with a perfect report next time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we're ready to start the pretrial line.
State of Ohio versus Austin C. Bates. This is Mr. Roger Smith's case. Case number TRC 23-209, A and B.
All right, this is Mr. Smith's case. We need him in the courtroom, set for pretrial. We need Roger Smith. Mr. Smith in the room there, Mr. Morford?
Yes, Your Honor.
We need him out here. We're waiting. Okay, let's go to another case. call another case, not Mr. Smith's. Someone that's ready to do their,
That was
have a
my-
seat.
that was my-
No. We've got so many cases, we call your, and it's 3 minutes for you to come out. Put him out last.
Sorry, Judge, I was talking to a client. Apologize.
State of Ohio versus Casey J. Jackson, case number CRB 22-510, CRB 22-165, A and B.
It's Mr. Smith, Tyler Smith's case, pretrial.
Last thing we did here, Your Honor, was on March the 10th, and there was a discussion about, well, actually back to March the 6th or before. He was at PATH, and I guess we're looking to see if he's still at PATH.
Yeah, we were looking for a report from PATH.
You don't have one with you?
No, I don't use.
Oh, okay. I think his treatment's via telephone, so we've asked for it the last couple of times.
Well, I can probably get a report because I do have a contact there.
Okay.
So just have a seat, and Mr. Gibson, I will text him and ask for a report.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, this case will be recalled. I've sent a text to Mr. Gibson at PATH for a report.
State of Ohio versus Christy Trivet. Christy Trivet. State of Ohio versus Christy Trivet, case number CRB 23-135.
She called and said that she was ill and she'd get a doctor's excuse. If I can maybe reschedule this for Monday or next Friday, I don't know how long she will be out.
Mr. Hill?
We're not opposed as long as there's a time limit.
No problem, Your Honor. I can sign a time later.
April 14th?
That's fine, Your Honor.
At the finished request, case is continued to April 14 for another pretrial, 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Paul Cron, case number CRA 22-819.
It's Mr. Stratton's case, set for preliminary hearing.
Your Honor, the prosecutor contacted the people who filed the complaint, got her name, to see if they had been out there to it's cleaned up, but they need to verify that it's clean, so. Has there been
Solid waste you're talking about, solid waste district?
And the enforcement officer, Seth Summers, and I sent a message to him yesterday evening and have not heard back from him yet, but I know he's busy, so.
So we'll just ask for another date to get clarification from him that it's been cleaned. It's clean, I mean, my client says it's clean, so.
Well, you have a phone that will take pictures, take some pictures?
Yeah, typically the prosecutor want to make sure they send out their own agent out there to verify that, so. But we can bring pictures if the court would like.
April 7th, or probably 14th is better, April 14th.
14th, yes.
April 14th will be the next hearing, is set as a preliminary.
Go ahead and bring pictures. They usually want to verify themselves.
Yeah, I sent my other lawyer pictures, but.
Yeah, just bring pictures, I think.
And I'm going to let Mr. Summers know that we're going to be back on that day. Hopefully, we'll have an update.
State of Ohio versus Jeffrey S. Ingram, case number CRB 2393A and B, CRC 23134A, B, and C, and TRD 173347.
Jeffrey Ingram.
Do not check in here.
Your Honor, 7 days before a warrant on this, I'm not sure where he's at. Just so the court knows, today we're still waiting on urine results for this case, so we don't have those back yet, but I'm not sure where he's at, so.
All right, he's got 7 days to report before a warrant will issue.
State of Ohio versus Levi M. Schaefer, case number TRD 222675, A, B, and C.
Your Honor, Mr. Schaefer's got his license back.
People that have pretrials need to be in the courtroom now.
He's got his license back now, so I think we could resolve this case today.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we got, what, the driving under suspension, I think there's another charge.
It was reckless operation.
Yeah, we'll
This
plead.
is one where he was traveling 100 miles an hour on, I believe, a motorcycle.
Yeah.
And fictitious plates.
So, Your Honor, we'll plead to those charges today, plead guilty to them, and I just ask for minimum fines or...
Well, let's see what this is a jailable driving under suspension. I want to read the report into the record. Defendant passed me in a large group of cars going southbound on State Route 7. I started to turn around to stop another vehicle and saw the defendant pull out and start passing cars at extremely high speed. He weaved in and out of the lane, past multiple cars at once as he was entering a curve. Tried to catch him with lights and siren activated. He was exceeding well over 100 miles an hour. We continued southbound until he pulled over near milepost 10 and dropped his keys out the window before I told him to. He admitted he was going at least 100 and was mad because he was arguing with his dad. He stated he messed up bad. He denied seeing me or knowing I was behind him. So it looks like it wasn't a motorcycle.
I was thinking of a different case.
Okay. A Mazda 2-door. Is he still wearing a guilty plea?
Your Honor, maybe we can we approach for a second on that?
Yes. I mean, I can give him jail time, and I think I probably should. Okay, no insurance either. If he's going to plead, that was what I was giving I know you can talk to him, it may go up after a period of time. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we will continue.
All right, so Mr. Schaefer is entering a guilty plea. State take any position on this?
Well, Your Honor, yeah, this is pretty serious. I mean, somebody could have gotten killed very easily, and I think maybe Mr. Schaefer understands that now, but I think it's worth some actual jail time. And we would not be opposed if it was a day in jail, maybe 10 days with 9 suspended and actually serve 1.
Your Honor, we just spoke of that. I think that'll be fine with us. That's actually almost the minimum he could get on this, so, and he'll serve that today.
All right, Mr. Schaefer, do you have any statement you want to make? You have a right to make a statement to the court if you want. Do you have anything you want to say?
No, sir.
Okay, well, it's really stupid. It's beyond stupid, it's almost malicious. When you do something like this, it's like you don't care about yourself or anybody else out on the highway. And I've got kids, I've got grandkids, all these people out here, they're out on the highway. There's no excuse for this. None.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you're lucky that I'm not giving you more than 1 day. I think you need at least a taste of jail to know there's consequences to this.
Yes, Your Honor.
So on the driving under suspension, I'm gonna give you a $500 fine. Because not only are you driving 100 miles an hour, you don't even have a driver's license. Now, you're telling me he's got insurance. Do we
I
have?
believe he does have insurance, Your Honor.
Yeah, I got it, that's where 22.
Yes, he's got insurance now, Your Honor. Oh, did you have
Well, did
insurance?
you have it at the time you were doing this?
No, he did not have insurance at the time.
So if you had had a wreck and hurt or killed somebody, you would have had no way to compensate them or their family for the damages that you caused. Talking myself into more jail time. I'm just gonna give him the 1 day, but this is bad. This is really bad, really irresponsible. So, 10 days in jail, 9 suspended, he's gonna do 1 actual day of jail, and then I want you to do 10 days of community service. So you can be thinking about that when you're out cutting grass or picking up trash, whatever you're gonna do for 10 days. And we do have some double days. You can do April 29th, May 6th, and knock out 2 days for one on doing those days. So you got any Monday through Saturday, 7:30, you gotta be here. You have a job?
Yeah.
Where do you work?
G3 Towers in Dayton, Ohio.
Okay. You got a Crown City address. So you just work out of town, or
Yeah.
are you back here on the weekends?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can work Saturdays. Where in Crown City? Right in,
Yeah, right.
right in the village?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 60 hours of community service, not 30. 2 years of probation. His review hearing will be November the 3rd of this year, 23. So that's when you have to come back if you haven't finished things for a review. I suggest you get everything done before then, not have to worry about it.
So level 4, Your Honor?
Level 4 probation. On the reckless operation, the $150 fine. That's the max fine on reckless. And he's commanded into the hands of the sheriff.
All right, 24.
State of Ohio versus Justin S. Deeds. Case number CRA 23196. Justin Deeds.
All right, this is an arraignment hearing. We just got the paperwork on it. You're Justin Deeds.
Yes, sir.
It's a felonious assault case. It alleges that at Perry Township on March 29th, it only caused serious physical harm to M.W. I think that's who this is. Mr. Haslam, you're representing M.W.?
Hi, Your Honor, I'm the victim's advocate on this one.
Okay. This is a felony of the second degree. So the maximum penalty is 8 years in jail and a $10,000 fine. You understand the charge, sir?
Yes, sir.
You understand the rights you have as a defendant?
Yes, sir.
You have the money to hire a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Have you done so?
No, sir.
You intend to do so, though?
Yes, sir.
All right. There is a bond. It's very small. Apparently, this was initially filed as a domestic violence because that's the bond was posted as a domestic violence bond.
Well, we didn't file it as that, but it was presented by law enforcement. That was their assessment.
Right.
But we've assessed it further.
Okay. So we need to address bond, protection orders, bond arrangements, that sort of thing. What's the state's position?
What was the bond that was posted?
$1,000.
Well, we're very concerned about there being a protection order, and we want to make sure that we don't have any reason that Mr. Deeds would have any reason to be around the victim. So if we can address those things that might be able to assuage our fears that something else could happen.
All right. So Mr. Dees, do you live at the same residence as M.W. or?
No, sir. She's staying with her older sister.
Okay. You verify that?
Your Honor, she is currently staying with her older sister. When this event occurred, she was residing with Mr. Deeds.
Yes, sir.
Since that time, she has been able to be transferred to the custody of her sister, who is of age. My client is only 17 at this point. She does still need to obtain the majority of her possessions from Mr. Deeds' home. We've asked that the Sheriff's Department be involved so she can get those things, to include a cell phone, vehicle, clothing, all of her personal items that are still at the residence at this point.
Mr. Hill?
Well, so she intends to stay where she's at now?
She wants to stay with her sister. Yes, sir.
Well, I think that Mr. Haslam is very able to assist her in making sure that she gets her stuff. And of course, we can help as much as we can too. If there's a third party that can arrange all that, I think you can make that happen.
Our concern is because of inter-family relationships. There probably needs to be police on site to make sure that there is nothing further with this court that the prosecutor's office would have to be engaged with any other persons.
Okay, well, that's unusual, but maybe this is an unusually large charge for this activity. Usually on domestic, the sheriff doesn't go out and assist, but maybe we can make an exception for this. Mr. Hill?
We don't oppose that, Your Honor.
Okay, if you drafted an order so we can have that presented to the sheriff's office to assist. Any objection to her obtaining her things, Mr. Deeds?
The only thing I got an objection to the car is she wrecked her car about 6 months ago, and it's sitting in the driveway totaled. It's in my name. I mean, I don't care that she has it. It's totaled.
It's not drivable?
She couldn't drive to school after she wrecked it. She tried. I think she might have blew the radiator. I think she bent the frame on it. We haven't even tried to get it fixed.
Mr. Haslam?
Your Honor, my understanding, and I am coming to the party a little late on this one, is that even though it's titled in Mr. Deeds' name, she paid for it. The vehicle is able to be removed. We can secure that so it can be repaired.
Any objection to that?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So the vehicle, and what, just to make sure we have it on the record, what type of vehicle is it? Okay, so there's a dispute about which vehicle should go.
2001 Buick.
2003 Volkswagen Beetle, Your Honor.
Oh, that's nothing to do with me. She's buying that vehicle off of.
But it is at your residence?
No, sir.
Okay, that's somewhere else?
Your Your Honor, I understand that it's now at her sister's house, so the vehicle should not be an issue.
Okay, so we just need her personality out of the residence and.
Which would include the keys to this vehicle, Your Honor, is my understanding, is what I'm being told.
The Volkswagen?
Yes, sir.
All right. Prepare an entry, perhaps, I wonder if her sister could accompany her. It might be good to have an adult accompany her on this.
We'll ensure that there are adults there, Your Honor.
Okay. How long, well, Mr. Deeds?
Yes, sir.
You haven't engaged a lawyer yet, so.
No, sir.
How long do you need to get a lawyer?
I want to try today. I got to recert my crane certifications. That's scheduled for online proctor testing. I've got to do that today, but I should be able to get a hold of one before 6 o'clock, I'm sure.
Okay, well, you're going to be out on a bond, so you have a right to have a hearing on this case within 15 days. I can set it within the 15 days. That's really your right to have it that fast. If you want more time to try to get a lawyer, I can give you more time.
I don't know how long it's going to take. If you can give me as much time, can he reschedule it so we can move it up when I get a lawyer?
Yes, I mean, if you engage a lawyer and they contact the court and say, well, we'd like to come in sooner, that can probably happen.
Okay.
So what are you thinking, 2 to 3 weeks maybe?
3 weeks.
3 weeks? Any objection to that with a time waiver?
Not with as long as there's a time waiver.
So you're going to sign a piece of paper just saying you agree that the time, because the time runs against the state that they have to bring the case in, you're agreeing this time won't, because you're the one asking for the longer time. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So that's going to be the 21st.
That's
April
fine.
21st for a preliminary hearing. Okay, now the actual bond. Are you satisfied with the bond that's posted, or do you want additional bond?
Your Honor, our concern is that he does have means and the ability to abscond from the jurisdiction. As the court's well aware, as the prosecution's aware, under Rule 46, it's supposed to be the least restrictive means to secure his appearance. Our concern would that he would be a flight risk. At this point, we would ask for an increased bond.
Mr. Hill, you taking a position?
I think that's sound reasoning, Your Honor.
Well, here's what I'm going to do. He did show up today. If he was going to abscond, I think he would have probably done it before now. I'm going to continue the surety bond that you posted, so that's going to remain in effect. And you did it with Mr. Sowers. Mr. Sowers would go to Antarctica for $1,000. I mean, literally, if you got on an expedition, went to the South Pole, and said, I'm going to the South Pole and I'm just going to hang out there, he would get an expedition and come down there and grab you. So I'm going to let you sign a signature bond, additional signature bond. So I'll make it a $20,000 OR bond. So if you don't show up, then you owe $20,000 in addition to having Mr. Sowers hounding you to get you back in court. And you're ordered to stay away from this young lady, have no contact, nothing on social media. You don't look like a social media kind of guy, but maybe you are. We don't need anything posted. I want things to remain calm. So don't do anything that's going to aggravate the situation.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll come back on April 21st and putting down that you will hire an attorney. Do you have any questions, Mr. Deeds?
No, sir.
Okay. April 21st is your next hearing. Okay, that's all. You're free to go.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Teofilo Velasco, case number PRC 2352 A and D.
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to reset this.
Is this the one that we were getting Mr. Lucas? No, okay.
No. All
right.
Yeah.
All right.
We're going to reset this and possibly get an assessment done before the next pretrial. So we just asked for another pretrial in this matter.
Oh, okay. This is one you talked to me about that's close to the margin of error, but just slightly over.
Right, that's that
Okay.
one.
So he's going to go do an assessment, and I think it's in his interest if he comes back with really good reports, then the court can probably give him some leniency.
Yes, that's what we're going to do, Your Honor. So
3 weeks?
3 weeks, fine.
So that is the 21st.
Yes.
April 21st for pretrial at defendant's request.
Wait outside. Okay. April 21st, wait outside, and I'll talk to you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You are.
State of Ohio versus Karen Wolosik, case number PRC 222589A and B and PRC 2328.
Madam Pro, Your Honor.
Yes.
Different cases.
Your Honor,
She didn't take me today.
so I'll let her explain that she does have, you have scheduled today, correct? Yes. The group.
Okay, so we need to get with the program and do what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
Okay? Were you here when I talked to that other lady? Do you want me to talk to you like that? Give you tuned out? You start taking this serious. No no excuses. I'm not your 7th grade math teacher. If you don't want to do the homework, you go to jail. Well, like 7th grade, if you don't want to do the homework, like, who cares? I care. You're going to go to jail if you don't do what you're supposed to.
We'll do everything we're supposed to on the next report, Your Honor.
Okay, very good.
Your Honor, was there a plea previously to the OVI?
I don't think there has been.
So that was something that it needs to be dealt with. Either she would, if she pled guilty today, and we would agree to delay sentencing and allow her to continue in her treatment and then be able to provide a recommendation to the court at a later date as to what the sentence should be in the OVI and taking into account her success in treatment.
Your Honor, I just spoke with her again and clarified with her. I thought we did that, but...
Well, I didn't make a record of it we did, because I just
Yeah.
have it down as a pretrial rather than sentencing.
Well, we'll go ahead and plea again, if that's what... and it might have been a situation where you stopped and didn't accept it that day, but we did plead guilty, and we'll plead guilty today to that charge to give her the ability to go through treatment, so... And we can set it for sentencing.
Yeah. Okay. This is a second offense with a refusal from the fall.
Yes.
And then she's got, also there was January, a driving under an OVI suspension.
Right, Your Honor, and like in these cases, depending on how she does, hopefully we can treat it differently than is charged, so.
That one is a little bit different because of the fact that there is the mandatory 3 days, and it's a little bit different than what we try to encourage people to do.
And I represent Ms. Walashik on that charge. Mr. Stratton has her on the OVI, but that's something I'm looking at and exploring whether there's something that can be done on that based on circumstances and the exact nature of the suspension she was under.
Well, what I'm seeing in the report is that you went for the assessment, then you never went back. You don't need to say anything, but that's not a good report.
Yes. We will fix those issues, Your Honor, and she'll start attending.
And you're what? You're not even 20 yet. We need to fix this. So you're looking at mandatory, right now, you're looking at mandatory jail time. I mean, if you continue on this path, you're going to jail. Probably for 2 weeks, close to it.
No, they haven't.
That's what the Ohio legislature says. That's the minimum. That's the minimum mandatory penalty on what you're charged with at 19. You don't look like you would fare that well in the jail for 2 weeks. So you got to give me some reasons not to put you in jail for 2 weeks. And so far, you haven't done it. Aren't you scared? I would be scared. I'm 67 years old. I do not want to go to the jail for 2 weeks. And I think I'm a little tougher than you. You don't act like you're scared at all.
She is very
Well,
nervous.
I don't see it. Coming in here with this report like this. You're about to split the jail wide open, young lady. Do you have kids? No kids, okay. Well, a lot of 19-year-olds do. So that's not a reason that you're not getting stuff done.
Well, I work full-time and
This trumps work. Who do you work for?
Sheets.
Okay, if you miss work at Sheets, can they call the sheriff and have you hauled off the jail?
No.
I can call the sheriff right now. I don't even have to call. I just call this guy right here and say, take her to jail, and you're going to jail. Do you understand that? That's what I was trying to say about this isn't 7th grade homework. You know, if you've grown up with thinking, well, when an adult tells me I have to do something, it's kind of like, well, if I don't really want to do it, nothing's going to happen. This isn't that anymore. This is totally different. Something is going to happen. It's just how bad is it going to be? I'm probably going to have to give you some jail time. How much do you want? You're acting like you don't really care if you go to jail or not. Do you? It's not nice. I don't even like to visit that place. Have you ever been in a jail? It's pretty deplorable. It really is. So act like you don't want to go to jail. I don't see it yet. So you're going to come back, and I'm going to get a good report. You're going to do everything they tell you to, and even more. Okay? Look at me. Okay, now I see a little emotion. You didn't act like before you even cared. So get with the program, get me a good report the next time, or next time you just bring your toothbrush with you. April 14th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, whether you'll get a chance to use it or not, I don't know, but you can take one with you. April 14th is your next hearing.
That's it for sentencing on my case.
Sentencing, it'll be sentencing.
State of Ohio versus Andrew R. Curry, case number CRB 22351 and CRB 2361.
We've got some people on teleconference.
Don't see initials that appear that would be Mr. Curry. Your Honor, I have filed discovery in this matter. I have received written discovery. However, there are presumably one or maybe two videos from Walmart, because there are two different incidents that are alleged that have not been provided yet. I don't think the prosecutors received them either. To be clear, I'm not making an accusation against the prosecutor. I think Walmart hasn't, the state has subpoenaed them and Walmart hasn't responded. So we're going to need to continue this anyway for that purpose, and since Mr. Curry doesn't appear to be here, I'm going to ask for a continuance on his behalf to a date the state thinks they can have those videos together, and if the court will grant me that, I will attempt to secure Mr. Curry's appearance at that hearing.
What do you think about that, Mr. Bueller?
Well,
oh, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I apologize. Mr. Curry contacted me this morning. He has broken a tooth and is seeking medical treatment. I was confusing that with a different case, but the rest of this still remains that we weren't going to get anything done today because of the videos.
that's a horse of a different color.
And I apologize.
We don't oppose a short continuance, and as a matter of fact, maybe even a medium-sized continuance, because of the fact that it sometimes takes them a little bit of time to come up with the video. Now, Mr. Steyer, did you file discovery?
Yes.
On the 23?
I filed a single request that had both case numbers.
I see. All right. And that was filed on March 14th. So we'll
Part
get
of the
right on that.
Paperwork Reduction Act.
And we will make every effort to get that.
21st?
Of April. I'm available that day, Your Honor.
Defendant's request, case is continued to April 21st for another pretrial, 10 o'clock.
State of Ohio versus Linda Hamilton, case number TRC 222687.
Now, she is on teleconference.
Ms. Hamilton is on the teleconference. She resides out of the area, and so we had asked if we could have her attend by video, and the court was agreeable to that. Discovery is ongoing in this matter, so we're going to need to get another date. At this point, until we get to a sort of a point where I'm expecting we're going to be ready to wrap it up, I'm going to continue to ask that she be allowed to appear by video.
Well, this has got some age on it. What's the issues that?
Well, she didn't have I wasn't appointed on this case. She, I guess, initially maybe sought appointed counsel. There was some delays for her to find counsel, and then I've ended up, the last time we were here, she met with me and discussed it with me and retained me after the last hearing.
Okay. Mr. Hill.
If there is something that we haven't provided, did you?
No, I filed discovery's pending.
Okay, so we'll get him the video and everything else that we have that's germane to this. We don't have a problem to another continuance, but.
And we would waive time constraints, obviously, Your Honor.
But we do agree that it needs to move along. This is a first and 10 with a refusal and an additional in 20, so there's a little bit of heightened consequences on this one.
Is 2 weeks enough time? 14?
I'm here that day, so I would assume that would work. And again, I'd ask that, at least at that point, that she'd be allowed to appear by video, and we can determine if we need to get her back in here
That's
in
fine.
person.
All right, April 14, don't waste time, except for Ms. Hamilton, you may appear on the 14th by teleconference like you are today. You are.
State of Ohio versus Olivia O'Brien, case number CRB 22570.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Steyer's case after pretrial.
Your Honor, Ms. O'Brien is at OVP seeking treatment in connection to the matters that are ongoing here. She has provided me with a report from OVP by email. I'm going to show it to Mr. Heald and then figure out a way to get this over to you. I can't print on the printer, on the Wi-Fi anymore.
Okay.
So when I get these, I don't have any way to get them printed
Mr.
out.
Tyler Smith, I do have a report back from Pat. I'm going to screenshot it and send it to you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Her last individual time is on 3/30/23. Just basically should do it.
Okay, let's keep,
Sort of situation.
So it's a positive report. It indicates compliance at this time. I don't really see in it necessarily talk of a conclusory date, so I'm going to talk to her a little bit about what we can get in terms of a report laying out a plan for the next hearing. And we would ask to just continue this matter and we'd continue to waive time constraints to accomplish that.
you want to come back?
You're better
Thursday,
Friday.
Friday, yeah.
Friday because of your work. On a Friday upcoming, I'm available all Fridays in April. If we want to make it about a month, that would be the 28th.
All right. April 28th for another pretrial, 10 o'clock.
I may have one more case we call. You guys wait up in the lobby for me.
State of Ohio recalls Jacob A. Williams, case number CRA 22806 and CRB 22807.
Okay. We'll let that work. So continue with your treatment at the counseling center. Get your community service done, and you can do it at Portsmouth Municipal Court if you want.
All right.
Where do you live?
Wheelersburg.
Okay, that's closer for you then.
Yeah.
You got 10 days of community service to do.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I have my medical marijuana card. I don't know if you'll recognize it or not, but
No, I'm going to take your word for it.
I mean, I can show you it right here.
You tested positive for marijuana, but so you didn't test for anything else, so I'll take your word for it. That's why I said your test was acceptable,
Okay.
not stellar, but it was acceptable.
Next time I come in, I can get it printed out for you if you want.
No, not necessary.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to set your next review hearing for May the 12th. If you get everything done before then, you don't have to come back.
Gotcha. Thank you. What time?
9 a.m., May 12th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Adrian Waldron Bishop, case number CRB 23174 A and B.
Okay. Okay, this is on the docket for today, and you're asking for a continuance.
Yes, Judge, I have a motion, I haven't filed it yet, but supposedly she is in St. Mary's Medical Center, Your Honor.
Okay, I do have something that purports to be on St. Mary's letterhead that appears to be legit from Jennifer Gilliam, who's a psychotherapist, saying that she is inpatient at St. Mary's in the behavioral health unit as of today. So, and this is the first pretrial.
Yes, sir. I don't believe it's known when she might be discharged, Judge.
I'm sorry?
I don't think it's known yet when she might be discharged.
Okay. What, Mr. Hill, what's your position on this?
We don't oppose it. Actually, I was given that earlier to sign, but I thought that the court would want to look at that prior to making a continuance, but we're in agreement with it.
Okay. When do you want to come back?
I've got an entry for the 21st.
Okay, that is agreeable. I'll approve your entry. April 21st will be the next pretrial. Your entry is approved.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Sean DeWeese, case number CRB 22637 A and B.
This is Mr. Morford's case set for pretrial.
She's trying to build closer to the house where we need to, so we're going, it's just a slow process.
Judge, I'm hoping you have a report from Pathways.
I do not. I haven't received anything from Mr. West, he's the representative there. But this had been set, well, it had been set since January 30th, so I probably don't have anything. Let me check and see. I have nothing on Mr. DeWeese from Pathways. Can he get something?
That's what I was just asking you. If I should bring something with me when I come next time, or I've been off 3 times, and she's trying to get me somewhere closer over here where I'm at, so it'd be a little more convenient for me, so.
You live in Kentucky?
No, I live in South Point right now.
Okay. Had you lived there at one time, or?
Yeah, I've been here for quite a while now.
I mean, in Kentucky?
Yeah, I've lived in Kentucky. That's where I was raised at.
Mr. Hill?
We don't oppose that, Your Honor.
Okay, the agreement was this was gonna get dismissed if he did some counseling in Pathways. I got no proof he did the counseling.
I've been 3 times.
We have, not just in the real recent past, but we had received indication from the alleged victim that he was going through counseling. So at least he has been, we have some knowledge that he has been, so we're hopeful that he's following through with that. If he needs to change agencies, we don't oppose that.
You have a medical card?
Yeah.
Where?
It's Humana from Kentucky.
Kentucky, okay.
Yeah.
I think that's why we.
That's why I had to.
Referred you to Pathways.
Yeah. That's why I was
Well,
calling in.
I need a report.
All right, I'll bring something with me.
When do you want to come back, Mr. Moore?
The 11th, is that a good date for?
Well, that's a Tuesday.
Yeah, that won't work.
How about the 14th? 2 weeks.
I've got a hearing in front of Judge Sanderson, Judge.
Okay. 24th.
I have a trial in Ironton then too, Judge.
28th.
I'm here.
April 28th.
Forget to bring a report.
State of Ohio recalls Levi Schaefer, case number TRD 2675, A&C.
Mr. Schaefer's in the back, Your Honor. I'm not sure why we're recalling this.
There was a C case I didn't send us on.
Oh, okay.
Which was the safety valve.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if he's still in the back or not, but I
We'll
acknowledge
discuss
it. Okay.
Says without Beaver Yard.
Oh, that should be a $150 fine.
Okay.
All right, I did sentence him on the reckless operation. Well, the tickets said A, B, and C. The A case was the driving under suspension. Okay, I'm sorry. It was reckless operation, must be the B case. C case is fictitious registration, or was that the B case? Okay, we'll dismiss it. Yeah, the C case should be $150. So the one that I didn't sentence him on is dismissed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
State of Ohio versus Morgan McClanahan, case number CRB 22-800. McClanahan. Did not check in, Your Honor.
This is Mr. Morgan's case. 90 days with costs, no appearance required, costs have been paid. Still want to dismiss?
Yes, Your Honor.
This will be dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Leah DeChambeau, case number CRB 23-160.
This is Mr., well, I don't have a lawyer down on this. It's set for a pretrial today. Do you have a lawyer?
No, sir.
This is a dogs running at large M4. What's the state looking for on this?
Well, Your Honor, the alleged victim here has sustained some expenses because of this, a vet bill and a medical bill. So,
Do you know how much those are?
the vet bill is $106.76, and the medical bill is $260. This dog's a pit bull. I don't know what Ms. DeChambeau's intention is. It could be a very serious situation if the dog did more than happened here. We would ask for the payment of if she pleads guilty, to the restitution up front, 10 days in jail, suspended, and probation, and if there's another incident with the dogs running at large, then we're going to ask for the dog to be confiscated and destroyed. I don't want to do that, but that's how serious this is.
Ma'am, what do you want to do?
I'm okay with paying the money. I prefer not to have any charges. I don't have anything. Understand the severity of it, but their dog also has attacked my dog when my dog was on the leash previously. I am negotiating getting a fence with my landlord because I do rent the property. So I'm looking at that to have a potential barrier because he did get out of the door. So I am trying to prevent these things. Also, I'm looking at getting him fixed. He's a baby still. He's 2. I think the dog warden looked at his teeth and told me, because I just received the dog. He was a rescue. So I'm looking at getting him fixed, so hopefully that'll calm him down. I'm looking at getting a fence as well, and then maybe some training to try and prevent any situations. From my experience, he's never been aggressive with other dogs. He came from a home with other dogs, as well as people. I have a son as well that's younger, and I've never had any issues with it. I think maybe there might have already been some animosity where that dog had attacked my dog before, and he was loose and my dog was on a leash at that point, and that's how he escaped under the fence, which I guess is what I'm being told is the same way that my dog got in underneath the property fence. But I'm willing to definitely pay those bills and work on making sure there's other barriers to prevent it from happening ever again.
Well, does any of that persuade you, Mr. Holt?
Mr. Hill, but
I'm sorry, Mr. I was just looking at something that said Holt.
I understand. Well, the part about paying the restitution and getting a fence and all that sounds great, but that doesn't change our mind about that there needs to be a finding of guilty, whether it's a plea or a trial. Now, what we would do is we would agree to, for some time, for her to get the fence pay the money, and then reassess whether we want to have a trial or whether we're willing to agree that that's sufficient. We give her that time. If she wants to do that, maybe we'll change our mind and maybe we won't.
I have a question. I don't know if this is appropriate. I'm sorry, this is my first time ever doing this. But I feel like I did speak with a lawyer. My sister does work at a law firm, so he doesn't practice in Ohio, though, so I just kind of got some advice. And I'm just curious, I don't know if this, like, is there some type of evidence that is available to, like, be seen? Or I don't know what's appropriate to approach it. I would like to get it over with, but like I said, I'll pay the money today. That's not an issue. I can pay those fees today to the people or whomever I need to pay it to. And like I said, I am going to look into all these other things, but as far as like he mentioned jail and all of that, I'd just like to avoid any of that if possible.
Well, I understand that, but here's the way this works. I know you're not a lawyer.
No, I'm not.
Since you don't have a lawyer, in essence, you're representing yourself today.
Right.
I'm not going to jump in here and say, okay, you have to do this, or tell the state, you have to do certain things. You can't to change what you want out of this case.
Right.
That's not my job.
Right.
My job is to hear the evidence and then make a decision whether you're guilty or not, and then it's on me to sentence you. Well, we haven't got to that. We haven't had a trial.
Okay.
So you're saying you want one thing, they're saying they want something else. If they can't be resolved, it's going to have to be set for a trial.
Okay.
And you're welcome to represent yourself at the trial. If you want to, I wouldn't recommend it. There is a procedure where you can see the evidence in advance. It's called discovery. But you have to know what to file to get that.
Okay.
So if you want to do the research, there's a lot of stuff out there on the internet. If you want to do the research, represent yourself, you're welcome to do that.
Okay.
But you don't get any breaks by being a non-lawyer.
Right.
You got to follow the rules. There's certain rules we do these cases by.
Right.
You have to know what the rules are, and you have to follow the rules.
Okay.
So, probably the best thing is for you to get a lawyer if you don't agree with what they want.
Okay. Can you say one more time? I'm sorry. Like, do you care to repeat what you said about like the jail and all of that?
We're not asking that you actually go to jail.
Okay.
Unless your dog gets out again. And then we would come back before the court because we would ask for you to be on probation, which would just, as far as we're concerned, just mean that you're not going to have any more problems that would cause us to have to come back and ask for your probation to be violated such that you would be subject to going to jail or having your dog taken away. We don't want either of those things to happen.
Okay.
We would also want the restitution paid up front, and I would say that the court will assess court costs as well, and we don't have a problem with that being paid according to what their normal procedure is.
Okay.
Also recommend that you do get the fence or whatever, because we don't want to have any more problems.
I agree, and like I said, I do rent the property, so I'm working on something with the landlord to try and get that measure going.
Okay. So that would be our recommendation, Your Honor. We don't want her to go to jail today, but we want the threat of going to jail if the dog causes any more problems. And we want the restitution paid.
I guess I have one more question, and then I think I can agree to that maybe. I'm sorry, guys. How does that affect like my record? Is that something that goes on there? Because I have a lot of stuff going on. And I just don't want anything to affect what I have.
Well, it goes on as what it is, a dog's running at large.
Okay.
Which I don't, depending, I guess, on what the record would be for, might have some impact. If you tried to adopt another dog, they might not let you.
No, I'm not even an animal person. I was just trying to help the dog. So.
I understand.
Okay, well then, I guess I can agree to that.
So you're changing your plea to guilty?
Yes.
Okay, you have to be sure because this is
I mean, if that's what that means, then yes.
Okay. Well, a guilty plea means you're admitting the charge is true. That's what a guilty plea means.
That's fine. Let's just do it and get it over with.
All right. Well, that's not a good reason to do it, but I'll let you do it because you're an adult.
I
This is
am.
an adult court, it's not juvenile court, so you have to understand what's happening.
I got
By
it.
entering a guilty plea, you're admitting the charge against you, which you're charged with dogs running at large. You're
Okay.
admitting that's true, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's an M4, because it is a jailable offense. It's up to 30 days in jail, $250 fine.
Okay.
You understand that?
Yes.
Okay? And you want to do that without counsel?
You're making me nervous. So I guess another question, I'm sorry. So he wants what he wants, but you do something different, right?
I don't have to do what he says.
Right, that's what, okay. So am I able, I'm sorry, this is probably comical to a lot of people. Am I able to hear what you?
No.
Okay,
You have to enter the plea and not know what I'm going to do.
okay.
I'm not a part of the plea bargain. I'm not.
I
bound.
prayed, I'm giving it to God, yes.
All right, so you are entering a guilty plea.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to delay sentencing. I'm going to agree with Mr. Hill on that. You say you're going to do some things to fix this, so it's not going to happen anymore, including putting up a fence. So I'm going to give you some time to do that. How much time do you think it'll take for you to get a fence installed?
I don't know, like I said, I'm still negotiating with my landlord too, which I
You may not even
wouldn't,
be able to do that.
what is it?
You may not be able to get a fence installed.
No, he's on it. I'm just trying to see if there's any way maybe he can like do some of the costs with me because it is kind of pricey. Not that anybody cares, but I'm a single mom. It's just my income, so I'm just trying to do what's affordable too. So I'm gonna see if he can negotiate with me, and then if not, I mean, I guess I'll just have to bite the bullet if that's what.
Or get rid of the dogs. Would that be acceptable if you got rid of the dogs?
Yes. And
Okay.
now the restitution part, we'd want it done immediately.
That's the 100 and 200. Is that?
$260 and $106.70.
Yeah. I'll go to my. Actually, I've got my wallet right here. Can I pay that here, or do I need
Yes,
to?
you can pay it to the clerk.
I'll pay it right now.
670 and what was the other? 260?
Was it 76 or 70?
76.
76, okay. So 366.76 is the restitution. And we've got the names of where that goes, because the clerk will pay it to the people that are owed the restitution.
Okay.
I'm going to give you about a month to come back, and then we'll look at where you are.
Okay.
So I'm going to order you make the restitution today,
Yeah, that's fine.
and do sentencing on April 28th, which is a Friday. 10 o'clock, April 28th.
Okay.
Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, sir. So just go pay these people and then come back at
Go
this
pay the
time.
clerk.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Terry D. Fannin Jr., number CRB 23-130, and CRA 23-131.
All right, this is Mr. Smith's case.
Yes, sir.
Set for pretrial and preliminary hearing.
Alicia Russell.
Your Honor, we made out a precipice, presented a precipice to the court for a subpoena for Alicia Russell, and we did that on March 17th. I don't know if there's a return there in the court's file.
There is. It says, March 23rd, I received this. On March 23rd, I served it on the above persons, leaving a copy at their residence, and that was signed by the deputy.
Right. Well,
Be dismissed without prejudice, Judge.
I believe that's what we're left with.
Notified.
And, you know, the thing about it also is if it said they served her personally as opposed to at the residence, we don't even know if she still lives there or not.
So
throw
all
some-
cases are acknowledged?
With the right to refile at some point if we need to.
That's fine.
All right, all matters, all CRB 23-130 and 131 are acknowledged.
State of Ohio versus Austin C. Bates, case number TRC 23209, A and B.
This is Mr. Smith's case set for a pretrial.
Yes, Judge, this is our first pretrial. We were not able to work it out. I filed discovery this morning, served it on the state. I'd ask to come back April 28th out here, if that's a good date.
All right, finished request, April 28th will be the next pretrial at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Bryce Butcher, case number TRC 193992, A and B, TRC 201619, A, B, and C.
Set for pretrial. I think he had a case in common plea.
He did. I don't know if Mr. Hill are even sure what to do with that. It got sent back here. It was a felony.
Oh, this is the one?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's out of time, if it's something that can even be sentenced at this point.
As far as the practical reality of this, he's got things that he still has to do in this court on prior cases, I believe. And then he's got a case in common pleas court, which, you know, I guess he's on community control on that.
Through Mr. Bowen's office.
So I just think those things are probably rise to the top of importance as far as the overall picture. I don't know how we would ever sentence him here on a case that was found guilty in common pleas court.
Well, he's got, I'm assuming this is not the case, he had an OVI in 2019 that looked like it was a second offense, and he's done next to nothing on it.
Well, did he get a suspended jail sentence on it?
He did.
So, I mean, that would be subject, I would think, to a probation violation for having, I mean, he pled guilty to this felony, the OVI that happened in felony court, if that has some bearing on this.
He got 30 days in jail with 20 suspended, so I'm assuming he did 10 days. So he could do the other 20 days that were suspended.
I talked to Josh, and he has not done a community service, correct? You've been sick? Is that?
Yeah. I had a stomach
He had
virus
60
last
hours of
week.
community service, he hasn't done 1 hour since 2019.
Right, good, because
So it's been 4 years. It's February, it's been a little over 4 years, February the 18th of 2020. 4 years has not done any community service. Same thing, he had a driving under an OVI suspension the next year, 20, and that was October of 20. He got sentenced to 10 days in jail, 7 suspended, so he did 3 days of jail. He had a fine in community service on that, paid nothing on his fine, and done nothing on his community service.
He would admit that, Judge. You've not done anything.
So he's got 7 on that and 20 on the other?
And then, so is there an agreement if he does that, then we will not sentence him on the case that was sent back from common pleas? That's a pretty good deal.
Sounds reasonable.
Judge, I have no explanation why he hasn't done it, so it does under the circumstances. Sound reasonable?
Yeah, there's no excuse.
There's
All
no
right,
excuse.
I sentenced him to the suspended jail time that he received on 2016-19. He also he was supposed to pay restitution, he didn't do that either, on a leaving the scene. That was on that 20 case, 16-19B. Actually, there was 20 days on that was suspended. Never paid restitution. Okay, I'll sentence him to 27 days in jail. That will take care of the suspended jail time of 1939-92 and 2016-19. I don't know what the prior case number was, but we'll probably ask the lawyers to prepare some sort of entry that will do that, so there's not a loose end tied up on, or a loose end left on the common pleas case. So he's commanded into the hands of the sheriff at this time and set review hearings for May the 8th.
He just advised me he's on methadone.
Like you had ordered me to come off the methadone when I was here before, and then when I went to common pleas court, they did the same thing. They had me in treatment right now. I'm down to like 50. They said I needed to come to 35 to
Where are you in
detox.
treatment?
HCTC,
What?
Huntington Comprehensive Treatment Center.
Where's that at?
It's your First Street, 4th Avenue.
First Street and Fourth. Oh, that's the methadone clinic
Right.
just down.
And then like
First
common
Street, Fourth
pleas.
Avenue.
You're not inpatient then?
No, in common pleas, like the detoxes, I was already detoxing, I was 110, and I'm down now, I think I'm at 57, and they said I needed to hit 35.
Can we get into foundations? I have to get in touch with Mr. Davis. I want him back in the back there.
We'll figure it out.
Okay, we can do Corey Little. Let's go ahead and do him. Mr. Holt's waiting by teleconference. Let's do Corey Little.
State of Ohio versus Corey Little, case number CRB 22491, CRA 22405, CRB 23194 A and B, CRB 23195.
All right, Mr. Holt, are you there? Okay, I don't have audio on you. I got a little bit here. Okay, try it again. Say something else, mister. Yeah, good, yeah. A little bit. Okay, that's good. We can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So this is case number 22491, 22405, and the new cases are 23194 A and B and 23195. Mr. Little is here on his old cases and he's not new charges. Mr. Holt is counsel for Mr. Little. And we've got the representative from Riverside here who gave a report previously that he was non-compliant.
Yes, sir.
It's Mr. Quinn.
Yes.
So I know you haven't had a chance to talk with Mr. Holt. Mr. Holt, you've had a chance to talk with Mr. Little?
Correct, yes, I have.
Do you have anything you want to say before we proceed further?
Your Honor, speaking to him, Mr. Little was in court on March 6th, and there was talk about him going to get an assessment. I believe he went to Riverside because Riverside is actually next, one of their locations is next door to his home. I just learned that when I was there on the 27th Monday, Mr. Little came to court late. I had already left. He had the assessment on, I believe, the 25th or the 24th with Riverside. So Friday before the Monday that he was late for court. He was then arrested on Tuesday. He was then arrested on Tuesday. I'm sorry to speak back there.
We can hear you fine here.
Okay, he was arrested on Tuesday and then was released late Tuesday, so he had not had a chance to attend Riverside since the assessment which was done a week ago from today. Also, I've been aware of this the entire time, Your Honor. The alleged victim in domestic violence, to my knowledge, has wanted to drop where I believe where the protection order comes from. The defendant has resided with her the entire time. She's indicated she did not want to pursue the charges. And I believe they had were breaking up and then the police were called for the violation. I don't know what the second charge is. I know one is the violation of protection.
Well, there's 3 new violation of protection order, 2 on March 26th, and then the last one's March 28th.
They've been residing with each other since this charge originated in June of 2020. What had happened was this was one of those cases where Mr. Little was not present for quite a while, took one to the treatment track, and this all popped up. So it's Mr. Little's wish to. He said he would rather not go to Riverside because he said this state was he had disagreements with them because they lived next door and just the activities next door that he didn't agree with, so he'd like to go somewhere else if possible, but he doesn't want to. He wishes to attend an outpatient.
What's the state's position on it?
I don't have the benefit, Your Honor, of having my older files with me, so I don't, I mean, it may be that at some point in the past that the alleged victim here, you know, wanted the charges dropped or didn't want a protection order or that kind of thing, but then,
Yeah,
you know.
their domestic violence and possession of drugs, a felony possession of drugs was a methamphetamine.
The thing is that, you know, one of the things we always pay attention to is if there's further problems. So this, I think, qualifies several times over as further problems. And so we're very concerned about, first of all, the fact that we now have, I don't even know how many new violation protection order charges. 3. So Mr. Little was in treatment. Was it outpatient treatment, I guess, before? So I don't know whether this is indicative of the need for there to be residential treatment or whatever, but we take these violations very seriously.
Is there a recommendation?
My recommendation would be inpatient treatment.
Well, I think that's reasonable under the circumstances. Yes, sir.
I never even had a chance to go over the evaluation that we have a chance. I just got my cousin Friday.
Well, and that's a problem. That of itself is a problem because you were here in court on March the 6th, and when it was indicated you were supposed to do treatment. Well, when did you go for your assessment? March 7th? No. March 8th? No. March 9th? No. March 10th? No. You'd have waited until March 24th. 3 days before you have to come back to court. So here's what I'm going to propose. Mr. Holt, you can object if you want. I'll let Mr. Little do a urine screen today. If he's clean, then we'll try outpatient again. If he tests dirty, he's going inpatient. Okay, so that tells me you're going to test dirty.
No, I'm just wondering because I got my animals at home and stuff.
Well, you'll have to call somebody to take care of your animals.
That's what I was wondering, it's gonna depend on, that's all.
You're gonna go there, you're gonna live there, you're gonna get treatment, you're gonna get clean. That's the goal. So do you wanna do urine screen, or you wanna agree to go to treatment, or you want me?
I'll do the urine screen.
Okay, let's do the urine screen and come back, see what.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Holt, do you want us to call you back when we get the urine screen results?
Depending on how long it is, I'll just work in the office, I can do this on.
Okay.
State of Ohio versus William Joel Myers, case number TRC 222712, A&D.
He's appearing by a blue jersey.
All right, this is Mr. Smith's case. It's set for pretrial today. William Myers, he's appearing by teleconference.
It is, Judge. I spoke with my client this morning and Mr. Hield. He's going to change his plea to a guilty plea. He's in Toledo. We asked to be allowed to do the school up in Lucas County or someplace closer. But other than that, I think the state's just going to recommend
Recording has started.
the minimum first offense penalty.
Did we get urine screen results back?
We did, Your Honor.
We did.
And it showed positive for THC, I believe. Is that right? I gotta find it.
Over the amount allowed?
Over the amount.
Yes, sir.
Well, 22.70 plus or minus 2.04. So, actually, I don't know what the minimum is.
I'm sorry?
Well, I'm looking at my chart here, and it says marijuana metabolite 35. Yeah, so, I mean, if 35 is it, then he's under.
We did look, I just looked at a note in my file. We talked about physical control, being under, but doing the school and whatever other penalties,
We'd be okay with that, Your Honor.
given the test result.
All right, so Mr. Myers, it looks like the state's willing to reduce it from operating a vehicle intoxicated to being in physical control of a vehicle while intoxicated. Is that, and your lawyer's saying you're willing to plead guilty to that, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have a right to make a statement to me if you want, but you're not required to. Do you have any statement you want to make?
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to accept your, and we're going to amend it then to physical control, 4511.194. I'll impose a $250 fine, order you to pay the court costs, 10 days in jail, and I'll suspend all of your jail days. And the agreement was he would go to the dip school?
Yes, if you could do it in Lucas County, he's in
All
Toledo.
right, yeah, there's probably multiple ones in Lucas County.
I would think.
I'm going to urge you to go to the driver intervention program, it's called, and anyone that's approved by the state of Ohio, you can go to, and in a bigger county, more populous county, there's probably several. You just have to finish it and get proof that you did it to the court. That'll be perfect. I'll give him 2 years of level 5 probation. I'm going to set a review hearing. The only time you would have to come here is in November. If you haven't finished things, you got to show up for a review hearing on November 3rd. Just get stuff done before November 3rd, and you're good. You don't have to come back down here. I'll dismiss the headlight charge.
Thank you, Judge.
So if you want a copy of your judgment entry, you'll need to call in or talk to the probation officer and give him a place he can send it to.
Yes, sir.
His name's Mr. Major, John Major. You can call in and ask for his extension or...
It's not meant to facilitate probation, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is punch the number for probation. Do you have any questions, Mr. Myers?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all. You're completed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome.
He has been on spoken to the so they say that he's there and then monitoring the police came and asked me.
Okay.
So need to have to. Yeah, he's already no, he's here. If you'd like to call him back.
No, that's okay. Yeah, take it off. That's fine.
Okay.
State of Ohio versus Michael A. Thompson. Case number TRC 23226 A and B.
Approach, Your Honor.
Yes, Michael Thompson's pretrial. It's Mr. Smith's case. Do you know what the calibration is? Should be the deviation from the narrow solution. There is a... Here it is. So it's my understanding because of the low test score and good field sobriety test, the state's willing to reduce this if Mr. Thompson first goes to the driver intervention program and successfully completes it.
Yes, he's willing to do that, Judge.
And I think there isn't one in April. I don't think there's one scheduled. I think the next one's going to be in May, as I recall. So I would suggest coming back May 15th or thereabouts. Because I don't think it'll be then before he's finished with
The 15th is fine for me, Judge.
Okay, next hearing will be May 15th at defendant's request. Mr. Major can give him info. There's nobody here from Spectrum.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, May 15th at 10 o'clock.
Let's put it on his pre-trial. Yeah, he hasn't changed his plea yet.
State of Ohio versus Garrett L. Bryant, case number CRA 23166.
Your Honor, this matter was originally set for today. We had a hearing on Monday. I was appointed to the case then. He waived his Rule 4. You gave Franklin County until Monday to get him, but I guess he didn't get taken off the docket today. It's already on the docket for Monday next week.
And they've already taken him?
I don't know if they've taken him or not, but I wasn't going to check until Monday. I didn't notice that it was on the docket. It said Mr. Smith's name on it.
Oh, yeah, it actually is. Well, first it was March 31st, and then
Yeah.
I set it for April 3rd. I guess we can put it back on the docket.
Thank you.
Let's call that Gomez. I'm not sure. Who has Gomez?
He was to hire somebody.
Okay. Let's call it, see if he's here.
State of Ohio versus Marcelino Gomez, case number CRA 23181A and B, CRB 23183.
Ma'am, you can come up with him. Have you hired a lawyer?
We are in the process of doing that, and I was wondering if we could have a few, maybe one more week to get one hired. He
Okay,
did
well,
get
the
enrolled
reason I
in.
called him up, we had a translator coming, but he couldn't be here till 2 o'clock. So if you're asking for more time, we can call him off and not have him come.
Yeah, to get a lawyer, because we needed a little bit more time to find
How
one.
much
He
time
did
do you need?
a week, that'd be good. And he did enroll in the treatment program, though, the OBP,
Okay.
and I got a letter from there.
All right, I'll set this for April 7th, and we need to let, I'll just text Mr. Lucas. Well, let's do this. Once you have a seat, let me text the translator and make sure he can be here. He may not be able to be here himself.
Okay.
So once you have a seat, I'm going to text him and see that if he can come and make himself. Just have a seat, then I'll let you know. So just hold off, let me text Mr. Grant. Okay, I texted Mr. Lucas. When I get a response, I'll call you back up and we'll make sure we can do it that day or what day he's going to be available.
State of Ohio versus Stephen C. Carp, case number CRA 22667A and B, and CRA 22669.
Mr. Smith's Tyler Smith's case, set for preliminary hearing. What's going on here?
Your Honor, he's still at Bethesda. I don't have
Okay, we
a,
have a report from Bethesda.
I don't have an updated report, but all his previous reports have been good, so I don't know.
There you go.
You have a report? Okay, he's inpatient at Bethesda. Okay, very good report. Good job.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor.
So, will this continue on?
Yes, Your Honor. Looks like he's doing very well, so.
I think I've got like 20 days left, I think.
Okay, so you're thinking, what's gonna happen then? Where are you gonna go?
I'm looking to buy a place right now. I'm looking to buy a trailer at the moment.
Where will that be?
Over in Canova, Cerrito area near my daughter.
Okay,
I'm retired. I worked for AT&T for 25 years. Worked for an armored car company for 9 years. Total 47 years. I'm currently retired.
April 28th?
That's fine, Your Honor.
April 28th will be the next hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Adrian Hoover, case number CRA 19783, CRA 19826.
So you already completed OVP, right?
Yeah, I've been 4 months
Yeah.
downtown. No, but continue. I'm working now, I started CCA classes. I want to do additional.
Well,
Good report. Good job.
Thank you.
John, I don't know if you want to try to resolve this case today, or what's your thoughts on that?
What's the state's position? It's an old case, but I don't think, she started this in December, she's been in treatment since December. When would she be completed? Any idea about that?
I do not have a date on it, but I can make some calls and try to get one.
I went for recertification the 14th of last month, and I decided I didn't want to leave, and I was waiting to see what you said to see if I could get a transitional living.
I'm fine with that if they're fine with it. I mean, I don't make the treatment decisions. But,
I have to finish packets and then my graduation packet. I don't want to do it for like another month. I want to, there's a milestone. I want to do this like the girls in my house.
I mean, she looks like she qualifies for transitional. I mean, she's done everything what she's supposed to, so.
Be fine with me if they recommend it. I just want you to be successful, whatever it takes for you to be success. I don't want you to put all this effort in and then have a problem, relapse.
I want this more than I've ever wanted anything.
Good. Why don't we just keep following you? If this helps you do what you need to do. I mean, I'm not gonna stand in the way of you going to transition if that's what they recommend.
Maybe set it out a little bit further, Your Honor, so.
Yeah. May?
Yeah.
Sometimes. May 15th?
That will work.
May 15th will be the next hearing.
15th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Sarah Gravely, case number CRA 23167. Sarah Gravely. Not checking it.
Sarah Gravely, well, we'll need to check since she's in the jail, because she would,
Your Honor,
yes.
I believe they came and got her yesterday.
Okay.
That was the communication that we got.
All right, case here is dismissed. Picked up by Hamilton County.
State of Ohio versus Aaron M. Crawford, case number CRD 23143 A and B.
This is set for sentencing. Mr. Crawford is trying to get his license back.
Yes, sir. I already got everything paid. Other than that, well, I got everything paid, but the only thing that I'm working on now is they said that I can do the driver safety program online to get my license back, which is the last thing I need. However, we're having some issues about the password being recovered so I can get into the online BMV account. And I've been trying, but between a mix of 6 days of work and taking care of my grandma at the house, it's kind of a little difficult. But
Did you have any insurance on this vehicle?
Yes, I did, and I also that was another thing I need to make a point of. I did have it, and it was my cousin's car. However, he is not the most organized person, and my grandmother was in the hospital at the time. I can find the insurance card. I haven't been able to locate it yet, but it wasn't in the car and it wasn't in the file cabinet or anything like that. But if I could just have just a little bit more time to find that insurance card, I could find it easily.
Another month?
No, not even a month, probably like 2 weeks, not even.
Well, sometimes these things take longer than you think.
What do you want to call it? I'm tedious, and I would like to.
Are you working?
Yes, sir.
Mondays or Fridays?
I work Monday through Friday and alternating Saturdays.
Which is better for you to come back on?
I work at a pretty lenient place. I'm a lead tech there, so they will, any day that you would like me to be back, they will be okay.
Let's try to do one that's less busy. Of course, you never know what we're going to get. All right, let's do, you said you could do it in 2 weeks, we'll do it 2 weeks, April 14th.
Sounds good to me.
Sentencing, 10 o'clock, April 14th.
Say 10 a.m.?
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
State of Ohio versus Michelle D. Terry, case number CRB 22818.
All right, this is Mr. Smith's case. It's set on the docket as a trial, but I've been informed there may be a resolution.
There is, Judge. The complaining party's not coming back, I understand.
Your Honor, I spoke with the alleged victim earlier in the week at great length, and she is no longer living in this area. And we had a lengthy discussion about her feeling. It's a family thing and probably has roots, way back before this particular incident. And she determined that moving on in life was probably the better course to take. so she was not going to be here from way out of state. And we really are left with nothing more than to just dismiss the charges this time.
All right, it'll be nominal.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Stephen Cagle, case number TRC 222660.
This one is set for trial also, and something is going to be recommended.
Your Honor, we have, prosecutor's going to recommend the charge be amended to a reckless op, and we're going to plead guilty to that, the seatbelt, and the signal charge also.
Your Honor, in looking closely at the evidence in preparation for trial, we determined that the evidence of impairment, while I'm sure that the officer's personal observations are very keen, we felt that what was reported was, somewhat on the minimal side, and therefore it throws into question our ability to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. So having done that, we were agreeing to make that recommendation to the court, that we reduce the charge to a, say, reckless operation.
Yes.
Reckless operation, but he's still going to get the year suspension because of the refusal?
That is correct.
Dating back to November 19th.
Okay.
What happened to the,
45/11/20, I believe is when.
I always have to look it up, Your Honor. So you have to go report probation. Okay. You have a piece of probation.
You didn't tell me that. No, you didn't tell me that.
All right, Mr. Whiting, it's not Whiting, it's Mr. Cagle. Mr. Cagle, anything you wish to say?
Hold on one second, Your Honor.
I'm not asking for probation.
Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
Does Mr. Cagle have anything he wants to say before something?
No, Your Honor. And I believe the prosecution is just going to recommend a fine on this, Your Honor.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, on Mr. Cagle, I'll impose a $150 fine, court costs. You need time to pay, Mr. Cagle, or can you pay today?
I can pay today.
Okay, no probation or time frame, then you're going to see the clerk and pay today. The other charges are dismissed.
Driving penalty.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Mr. Cagle would like to have driving privileges. Would that be something the court would grant?
That's an option. I work in Williamsport and I live in Portsmouth, so right now I'm kind of like riding with people.
Let Mr. Heald weigh in on that, so get him back in the courtroom right now.
All right. Driving privileges is the question?
He's asking for driving privileges.
Well, I mean, it's an administrative license suspension, so I think there may be some way to petition for that, but we would not believe that the court would issue driving privileges under the circumstances.
You want to research that, Mr. Stratton, and then I don't know that I've ever been asked to issue driving privileges on an amendment from a reckless where there's refusal license suspension.
Just terminate the ALS? I mean, well, you I'll have to figure that one out.
You think there's you can petition the court, you may have to file something with the D&D, I'm not sure.
Okay. All right.
Research that, if you think this court has jurisdiction to do it, then you file it, and we'll take it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay. All right, so is that paid though? That's
See
fine?
the clerk.
Please see the clerk. Okay. All right, I'll get with you on that. I have to figure that one out. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Trevor Dement, case number CRV 21167.
All right, Mr. Dement was supposed to be here this morning for review and...
Sorry, Your Honor, I was a few minutes late. I got here about 9:40. I got called first. I apologize. It's all folded up, so sorry.
Okay, looks like you're compliant. What they're asking you to do.
Yes, and I come every day and screen with the court too, so.
Very good. All right, I'll cancel the warrant. Set your next hearing for May the 15th. And I'm going to reduce your requirements for screening to twice a week.
Okay.
Twice a week.
What day, do you know?
You can set it up with probation, Your Honor.
Go see Mr. Major and set it up for twice a week.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Jeffrey A. Trout, case number CRV 21900, CRV 21602.
All right, this had been set Friday, I guess, for review, and you didn't make it in?
Yeah, I couldn't make it. It was pouring down the rain. I have no vehicle. I had to walk, catch a bus and walk.
Where are you living now?
Canova.
Okay. All right, well, you're here today. Have you got a payment on your fines or anything?
Yes, 40.
Cancel the warrant from Friday. Set your next hearing for April 28th. See the clerk make the payment. $40.
All right, thank you.
See the clerk. You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Corey Little, case number CRV 23194A and B, CRV 23195, CRV 22405, CRV 22407.
All right, and Mr. Little is in the back. Mr. Holt is on teleconference. There he is. Have you seen the screen?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Little is back in the courtroom. We've got his attorney, Mr. Holt, appearing by teleconference. Mr. Shields here. So I think inpatient is the way to go here. Do you have a bed available?
Yes, sir.
You willing to go?
Can I get a 2 or 3 days just to get my
No.
I mean, I got to have a blind dog.
No.
Medication, I got old people with guilt, I work for all my neighbors. I have all old people who depend on me, you know, they get somebody in there and help.
No.
I'll feed you, he's right next door, right?
Your Honor, he brought a lady with him earlier, his landlord. Maybe she could help him.
That's my landlord, one of them I take care of. And her and her husband, they're a bunch all right there, right next to Riverside, house after house after house. That I take care of. I haven't used this last week.
Well, I would say, I don't know what kind of people they are, but if they knew you were taking methamphetamine, they probably would say, we care about Corey and we want to see him do well, and he needs to get off methamphetamine. That's more important than him helping us.
More willing.
It's not going to happen, so you might as well give
I'm more willing
up.
to do the
Sir,
program.
it's not happening. You're going straight, you're either going to jail or you're going to go to treatment. So which is it?
I was more than happy to go to the treatment. That's not a problem. I was worried about all the people that go.
You're on the treatment then. Okay, I'll release it. Can you take him?
Yes, sir.
All right. You'll be released to go to treatment. I'm assuming you have phones there.
Yes, sir.
You might be able to make a phone call to try to get some help lined up. But you're going to treatment.
Excuse me, Your Honor, is it Riverside?
Riverside.
Okay, thank you.
That'll be a condition of your bond. And, let's see, he's got a bond up, but it's minimal. So I'm gonna have you sign a $5,000 OR bond too, in addition to the $1,000 surety bond. So if you don't show up, you're gonna owe $5,000, plus you'll have Mr. Sowers chasing you. The worst of both worlds. And you have to be compliant. And you have to let these folks set up a plan for you and execute the plan. No quibbling, no arguing, no, I know better, I want to do this, my dog needs that. Okay. Quiet, quiet. I think Mr. Holt, or Mr., he called me Mr. Holt.
It's the
Mr.
second
Hill.
time today, Your Honor. Want to make clear also that while we want Mr. Little to do well in treatment, and it might influence our opinion as to the outcome of this in the future, particularly if he does really well, these cases are pending. This is not a do well and we'll automatically dismiss the charges kind of case. So just want to make sure he understands that. He needs to work towards changing our mind.
And you still have a felony pending.
Right.
Felony. You want my speech about felonies? They're like, these, Mr. Heald sitting here saying, please no, don't have to do that.
I'd like to hear it, Doug. Reaffirms my own beliefs.
Let's go back and look at it. 22405. It's old, but it's a possession of drugs from last summer. We've let you, the whole idea was you were at one time supposed to go to treatment. You could go to the common police court on this charge. We've let you stay here to try to deal with it without taking you to the common police court. You can talk to Mr. Holt, and I think he'll reaffirm this. You know, it's like Russian roulette, spinning do you feel lucky? Because you've got a 50-50 chance of going to prison. You go down to the common police court. Here, you got no chance of going to prison from here. I couldn't send you to prison if I wanted to, because I can only send you to the county jail. But the common police judges can send you to prison. You don't want to go to prison, do you? You should take that off the table by doing what you need to do in treatment. If you don't do what you need to do in treatment, I can just say, take him on down to the grand jury, you get indicted. There's going to be a lot of stuff about indictments now. So that's a big deal when your fellow citizens say, yeah, this guy, because felonies are so serious, your fellow citizens have to look at it and say, yeah, this guy needs to be charged. The prosecutor doesn't get to make that decision by themselves. They have to bring in, that's what the grand jury is, a bunch of your fellow citizens that sit there and listen to the evidence and say, yeah, I'm voting for an indictment for Corey. I think he did it. And then it goes to the common pleas court for a trial. And then if you get convicted, you can go to prison. You can go, they can send you to county jail, but they can also send you to prison. You stay here, I have no ability to send you to the prison. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're gonna sit in jail, I can, if you wanna take it to the grand jury, I'll just say, okay, sit in jail, go down there, and then you can convince that judge to release you if you want. I can see this isn't gonna work.
No, I'm just curious.
This isn't gonna work, because you're not thinking, I needed to get clean. You're thinking, everything in your mind is how you can get out, excuses. There's no acceptance of responsibility for you.
I'm curious. If I'm in prison, the prisons in New York, they don't, they do.
Well, maybe that's where,
Curious.
he can go to STAR too, that's a lockdown treatment. And they can send you to STAR, I can't send you to STAR. I'm sending you to a place that's a lot less deprivation of your liberty
Absolutely.
than STAR. I mean, there are big fences, you're there, somebody's telling you what to do 24/7. It's not prison, but it's the next step from prison. I think you need a little thinking about what did I do wrong? I mean, you got a pile of cases here. So, I don't know, maybe they're all bogus. Maybe every one of these cases is bogus, I don't know. But you got a pile of them. And you got dirty screens. And you got a bad report from Riverside when you went there for your assessment, you didn't go back and do what they asked you to do. Okay, now's the time to be quiet. Okay, let's come back. When are you available, Mr. Holt?
I actually continued this case to the 24th, because I had trial, was set for the 10th, and I had a jury trial on preschool and section when we got it.
How about the 14th?
I won't be there the 14th. I could, it's the 14th.
2 weeks from today.
If I can do it by motion, Your Honor.
It's okay with me? All right, I'm setting your next hearing for April the 14th. Get me a good report then. And I want to know if he causes you problems. So I can change things. Just go to the grand jury then.
Now, Your Honor, I've texted Mr. Holt asking about a time waiver. He says he can't do that, so. Now, the time waiver.
Well, I'll just set it for the 7th then.
It would be okay on the 23 cases because they're brand new and we got time to try those. The one I'm concerned about is the 22 cases because one of them's a felony.
One, yeah.
You want to just waive time on those, JT?
Let's just do it for the 7th.
Okay, I'll set Mr. Little for April, 1 week from today, April
Should
7th.
I change this on here? Is that
Yes.
right?
I'll see you in a week.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pick him up.
State of Ohio recalls Trevor DeMint. Case number CRB 21167.
I didn't know that's in that file since I'm.
Your Honor, I had to recall because I got a letter just faxed to me
Okay.
that I thought she needed to read.
Well, I've got kind of a conflicting one from Marissa Owens.
As far as Mr. Dement coming in, Your Honor, he's been coming in like he's supposed to. I think he may have been late a couple of times, but he did have a relapse, but we worked through that. And the screen's been appropriate through here lately, but we don't test for what they say tested for.
Oh, gabapentin.
Gabapentin, we don't test for that.
I go to my appointment at 2 today. I talked with my doctor. They had prescribed it to me when I first started, and they didn't give it to me anymore. And it was in my system, but I'm supposed to talk with the doctor, and she's going to prescribe it to me today.
Will she know you're on Suboxone? You should
Yeah.
not be taking gabapentin with Suboxone.
That's what I'm supposed to talk with, and they're going to prescribe it to me today.
Let me repeat, you should not be taking gabapentin with Suboxone.
Not, but the
I
doctor.
know, maybe I need to instruct your doctor, but that's a no-no. You should not be taking those two in combination.
Right, she prescribed it with my Suboxone.
Well, there's a lot of ignorant doctors. There's a lot of doctors that don't know much about substance use.
Right.
There's a lot of medical people that don't, they think they know, but they don't.
I thought it was okay.
Here's what I want you to do, Mr. Major. Can you get these two people on, there's a report dated March 30th, and there's this one dated today, and they kind of say opposite things. Can we sort that out with you and them? They come from different people at OVP.
Okay.
Right.
Do my best, Your Honor.
Go with Mr. Major.
State of Ohio recalls Marcelina Gomez, case number CRA 23-181 A and B, CRB 23-183.
All right, so you say you can have somebody in a week.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He can be here next Friday.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I've done some more checking on the situation. It looks like Mr. Gomez has a pending drunk driving charge in Kentucky that occurred the same week as this one. And he also has some prior involvement with the federal government, things of that nature. So I believe this is an appropriate case just to knowledge of the grand jury.
Okay. All right, so what that means is they're not going to leave it in this court. They're going to take it to the higher court. So he'll get contacted if there's a grand jury indictment.
Okay.
And then you'll have to appear
So we
in the
still need to
court
get a
in
lawyer,
Ironton.
right? Still need to get the lawyer, though?
I would suggest you
Yes.
still get a lawyer. Okay, so case will be knowledge to the grand jury,
Okay. Thank you.
which means dismissed to the grand jury.
Thank you.
And I'll let Mr. Lucas know we won't meet him.
Is that how you make somebody not illegal? We'll just get on social media.
State of Ohio versus Keith Cremines, case number CRB 22602. State of Ohio versus Richard D. Cremines, case number CRB 22601.
Is Mr. Piscopo here?
He's in
James
jail.
Piscopo.
What's in jail for?
Your Honor, this is set for trial today. My client, Keith here, and I think Mr. Smith's client is in jail.
He was arrested 2 days ago on a different charge, not related to this.
Yes.
In what jurisdiction?
West Virginia, Campbell County.
Your Honor, I don't believe that the state has had any contact with the alleged victims in this case. They have not provided the necessary restitution figures or anything to them on that matter. They're not here today. Trial was scheduled at noon. I ask for this case to be dismissed.
Mr. Gill?
Well, we were prepared for a battle royale today. Now it turns out that one of the defendants is not even able to be here. And potentially these are felony charges because of the potential amount. We were waiting, hopefully, to get something from the alleged victim on the amount. A lot of times these catalytic converters are worth more than $1,000. So what we're going to do is nollie these charges and hold on to them and maybe present them to the grand jury, but maybe not.
Matters here will be nollied.
I think it's dismissed.
Thank you, sir.
You're right.
All right, that's it.
Looking for a report from Pat today.
Mr. Major has not received an email. We have that one.
Okay, thanks.
State of Ohio versus James Case at the Lawrence County Jail, case number CRA 23182.
Is there anybody from OBP here today, Judge?
I do not think there is. We did get a response on another case from Mr. Minute.
My office has been in contact with OBP, Your Honor, and they indicate they would take Mr. Case back.
We're not in favor of that.
Is he in the jail now, or where is he?
I don't know if he's supposed to bond. When you appointed me, he was in jail, if I recall correctly, Your Honor.
He's in jail, okay. Okay, so we'll do it by teleconference, they're trying to get him online.
Okay.
Okay. All right, sir, you're James Case?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Case, your attorney, Mr. Morford's here. Set for a hearing today. How are we going to proceed?
Well, we're not interested in lowering the bond at all, so if, unless they are willing to go ahead and waive, then we'll have a preliminary hearing.
I'm not going to wait.
Okay. I guess we'll go ahead and do it. Let's do it. Call your witness.
We'll call Deborah Miller.
Mr. Miller, if you'll take the stand, I'll swear you in. Just raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated, ma'am.
Ma'am, are you Deborah Miller?
Yes, I am.
Do you live at 6670 County Road 1 in South Point?
Yes, I do.
And let's see, that's in Fayette Township, correct? Now, back on March the 24th of this year, you contacted law enforcement about an incident at your residence, and that involved an allegation that Mr. James G. Case was in your home, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you see him on the screen here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Do you recognize that as him?
Yes.
You point to him, please.
Record will show she pointed to the defendant.
Can you tell the court exactly what happened?
Apparently, he climbed the fence of our property, and the first thing I knew was he was kicking my side door in. I heard the noise, I assumed it was an animal, or we were having a storm. I thought maybe a tree had fallen, so I went through the main house out the front door. My husband was already out there looking. In the meantime, he came in the side door that he had kicked in. I went around the house, discovered that the door had been kicked in, and like an idiot, walked back in the house to grab my phone to call the police, and he was in the bedroom, standing in the bedroom. He had stripped most of his clothes off and was in the bedroom. I asked him who he was, and he told me his name was Jamie. I turned around and ran back out of the house. Got the car keys, went to the neighbors and called the police.
Now, who all was in the home when Mr. Case went in the home? So you were actually face to face with Mr. Case.
Yes, I was.
Did law enforcement then arrive at some point?
Very shortly after that, yes, I called, I went to the neighbors and I stayed with the neighbors. My husband and I both stayed with the neighbors until we saw the police officers arrive at the driveway. We drove over to tell them what door that he went in, and they found him in my bed.
So law enforcement got there and Mr. Case was still there?
Yes,
in your bed?
in my bed.
Did you hear Mr. Case say anything at all about why he was there or anything about?
He didn't say anything to me. He just looked at me and said, "It's Jamie." That's all he said, and I didn't wait. I didn't question anymore. I just ran out the door.
Did you know him from before?
Yes, sir.
Would he have had any reason at all to be at your house?
I was told by someone that he saw the black fence and he thought he was going to, I guess, OVP, who has a black fence. He had no reason whatsoever to be at my home.
You didn't invite him in the door?
Absolutely not. Never saw him in my life.
What time of day was this, Mrs. Miller?
About 6:30 in the morning.
Did he cause any damage inside your home?
Not inside the home. He busted the door down completely, broke some stacked up flower pots that were stacked in front of the door. I don't use that door, and so he had to knock the flower pots out of the way in order to be able to get inside of the door. I proceeded with the advice of some people to throw away all of the bedding that's just out of fear of drugs or whatever. But as far as in the home, he didn't do any damage.
Did law enforcement then take him away from your home?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Morgan?
You'd never seen this man before 6:30 this morning?
No,
Is he, do you know if he's an acquaintance of your husband?
no, sir, he's not.
Do you have any idea how he ended up at your home, ma'am?
OVP is 5 or 6 blocks away from my house. My understanding from asking around was that he apparently was there a day or so, I don't know how long. Apparently escaped or walked out, I don't know how that works. Left their premises, he appeared to be high. I have a black metal fence, they have a black chain link fence. I don't know whether he thought that he was going back where he came from, what the reason was, but he climbed a 5-foot fence with the gate and came, and when he couldn't find a way to get in the heat, he busted the door down.
Was there any other damage caused to your home other than the door?
Other than my mental state, my emotional state, I can't sleep in the bedroom now because of the fact that it has been broken into. My husband is early stage Alzheimer's, and he has been having some worries and confusion due to the stress, but other than the damage, the physical damage to the door and the flower pots, there was no physical damage to the inside of the home.
I hate to hear that about your husband. I know,
He has
lived through
days
that
of
myself.
clarity, and then he has days when things like this happen that cause confusion, and he's had confusion since it happened.
Did he attempt to steal anything that you know of?
The only thing he stole was my sweatpants. Apparently, he dried off in the bathroom, apparently because I found his underwear in the bathroom. The towel was in the floor of the bedroom, and when they arrested him, he had on a gray pair of sweatpants, which I assume were mine because I had several pairs lying over a chair. He stole nothing else other than that.
And when you saw him in your bedroom, he was lying on your bed,
No, he was standing there.
standing there?
He had apparently, the end of my house, it's like it has a separate apartment. My son, when he comes home, he stays there. It has a living room kitchen, which is what he busted into. And then you open the door and it comes into a bedroom. And I've been staying in the bedroom because I have some back problems and I have a hard time sleeping. So when he came in the door, when he busted in the door, he dropped his clothes in the living room floor, and then he walked through the door into the bedroom. In the meantime, I had discovered that the door was busted open, and I came through the front door. My phone was in the bedroom, beside the bed. I had left it there. I came in, opened up the door into the bedroom, and he was walking apparently towards the bathroom, and he stopped. It was right beside the bed, and I was in the doorway. And of course, I was shocked to see someone in the house. I knew there was a possibility because the door had a hole in it that was like this big and about 4 or 5 feet tall. He stopped and looked at me, and I asked him who he was, and he just very calmly said, "It's Joe." And I turned around and slammed the door and then ran out the front door.
Did you ask him what he was doing in your home?
At that point, he shouldn't have, I mean, I had a fenced-in yard, and there was absolutely no acceptable reason for him to be there, period.
Do you have security cameras by chance?
I have security camera on the front door, and I submitted the video from the security camera.
Was this event captured on your
It was,
video?
You could see him coming up the driveway and onto the front porch. And then he went around to the side of the house, and you can hear from the point where he walked away from the security camera, you can hear him walk through around the side of the house, and he walked through the gate and towards the back of the house, and my dogs barked, and then he came back, and you could hear him knock the flower pots out of the way and then start kicking the door in.
Were there any other persons in your home other than
My husband
you
was
and your?
upstairs, that's all.
Thank you. I have no further questions, and I wish you the best with your husband.
Thank you.
Mr. Hill,
We have no further questions and no further witnesses.
you may step down, ma'am. I'm sorry this happened to you. Any evidence from the defendant?
No, Judge.
All right, I find there's sufficient evidence to bind the defendant over to the grand jury, and assuming the misdemeanor will go also, knowledge to the grand jury?
Yes.
That's 23-184 is knowledge to the grand jury. 23-182 is bound over to the grand jury on the same bond, $25,000 cash for sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Joseph M. Cremines, case number CRB 22-658, and also CRB 22-655, that is listed as Michael Cremines. Mark Hill is on deck.
All right, so this is for arraignment, I think, yeah. 22-658, Joseph, I'm assuming it's Michael Cremines, Joseph Michael Cremines? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Cremines, I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court. This is your arraignment hearing. I want to explain to you your rights first, and you should have received a copy of this charge in 22-658. It was faxed down to the jail this morning at 9:17 a.m.
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, it's a violation of a protection order charge. It alleges that on September the 13th of 2022, in Perry Township, you violated a protection order. That's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. And then case number 22-655 is telecommunication harassment. It alleges that on October 3rd of 2022, you made a telecommunication from a device under your control with the purpose to abuse, threaten, or harass another person. That's a first-degree misdemeanor, maximum penalty 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. And the person was Ashley Cremines, was the person allegedly communicated with. Do you understand these charges, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand your right? Well, I didn't explain your rights. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything, but if you choose to make statements, they can be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail, to make the state prove this charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things?
Yes, sir.
How do you want to plead to these charges?
Not guilty.
Do you want a lawyer appointed?
Yes, please.
Do you have a job?
If I'm home on Monday, I do. If I'm not, I don't.
Where have you been working?
Crown Construction.
Where's that located?
Ashland.
What do you do for them?
I'm a laborer.
You get paid by the hour?
Laborer. Yes, sir.
How much per hour?
$13.
Are you working 40 hours a week?
35.
When's the last time you worked?
Last Friday. I've been in jail since Monday.
So you're making about $25,000 a year gross? Is that right? I have to determine your gross annual income.
I've only been there about 2 months.
Okay, do you have any money saved?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Smith, I will appoint you to represent Mr. Cremines.
Yes, sir.
It looks like, yeah, you were served with, according to the record, a summons to appear on November the 14th, I think it was. Yeah, November 14th, and you didn't appear. Do you have, I don't know if your attorney may want to caution you, but do you have any explanation why you didn't appear back in November?
I do actually. I was never served some address on the warrant. I've never lived there. I don't know how. That's a piece of property I own that doesn't have a house with nothing on it, so I don't know how.
It does say it was served. It was served by, well, it says personal service. I served the same on within name by delivering true copy by personal service as checked. Didn't check residential service.
Yeah, I was never served for, I had a court date as far as I knew, so I got pulled over.
What's the state's position on bond for Mr. Cremines?
Well, Your Honor, if we knew, if this 42 Private Drive 106 is not a home, we would want to know what address he has, number one. Number two, we want to make sure that we know exactly what his name actually is. I believe it might be Joseph M. Cremines. I'd like to.
I think it's Joseph Michael Cremines, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So we'd like to amend 22 CRB 655 to reflect that.
Okay, be amended to show Joseph Michael Cremines. What's your correct residence address, Mr. Cremines?
It's 1016 County Road 59, Chesapeake, Ohio.
What road, Howley?
County.
County Road.
Chesapeake County Road.
Sorry. Okay. Is there a protection order? Is Ashley Cremines related to you?
She's an ex-wife.
There's already a protection order because he's charged with violating it, so.
Okay, I'm ordering you to stay away from her while this is pending. Can you do
Yes,
that?
sir.
Is that a problem for you to do that?
It's not, no, we have spoken once.
Okay, I'm gonna let you out on a signature bond of $2,000. So as long as you come to court as you're ordered, you won't have to post the money.
Okay.
If you don't show up, then you'll get a $2,000 penalty plus a warrant.
Okay, I appreciate it, thank you, sir.
And then when are we coming back? When do you want to come back, Mr. Smith?
Judge, any Friday, April or May is good except the 21st of April. That'd be fine, Judge.
April 24th is going to be your next hearing, sir. Do you know where the court is in Chesapeake?
Yes, sir.
So that is the last Monday in April. You got to be at court in Chesapeake at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Do you have a cell phone number?
Yes, sir.
When you're not in jail,
Yes, sir.
what's your cell number?
740.
Yes, sir.
617.
Okay.
7400.
617-7400. I will call you on Monday. I'm not sure what time you're getting out today, but I'll call and we'll talk about the case.
I appreciate it, thank you.
I'll do it. All right.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Mark K. Hill, case number CRA 23188, and Amber Mills is on deck.
Sir, are you Mark Hill? Mr. Hill, I'm Judge Capper at Lawrence County Municipal Court. This is an arraignment hearing for you. You need to explain your rights. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. If you do make statements, they can be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to make the state prove any charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights?
Kind of, but kind of not. I mean, this is, I got indicted on a whole other county. Why not on the court of this county?
Well, because when you get indicted in Ohio, the warrant's good everywhere in the whole state. So you must have had police contact, they saw that you had a warrant, so they arrested you. So that's what this is about. You have, allegedly, there's a warrant for you out of Morrow County. So you have a right to have an attorney to say, on a Rule 4 hearing, to say, I don't agree to go to Morrow County, that's not me, they made a mistake, whatever it is you're going to say. It's not going to be the trial on whether you did or didn't do what they're alleging in that county. It's just the issue is whether you should be made to go to Morrow County. Do you want to have a hearing about that, or do you want to agree to go to Morrow County?
Well, if I have a hearing about it, when will I have a hearing?
I don't know, in a week or so.
I'll just agree to get it over with.
Okay.
How long they got to come get me?
I'm going to decide that here in just a little bit.
All right, sorry.
Let's see what the charges are.
I'm in rehab down here, and they come and pull me out.
Yeah, it looks like there has to be some pages missing here because it's felony of the 3rd degree, obstructing official business. And then there has to be another page after that. Dismissing. Do you have anything on this, Mr. Field? Because I've got 3 pages and there's got to be at least 5 pages to this.
What's his name?
Mark Hill.
No, I don't have.
It's all right, Morrow County.
I don't, Your Honor.
I don't even know what it's for.
Well, let's have somebody contact Morrow County and try to get a copy of the indictment, because I don't.
The jail faxed me that, they gave me some pages.
Okay, does anybody from the jail have a further copy? Because I don't have a complete copy of the indictment. I've got just 3 pages and it doesn't tell me what all his charges are. So we'll try to get the full copy, then we'll recall you, Mr. Hill. So stand aside and you'll be recalled.
State of Ohio versus Amber Mills, case number CRB 2312 and TRC 171164. Ryan Mount is on deck.
Amber Mills. All right, ma'am, you're Amber Mills.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me see. Mr. Soward sent me something about you. Let's see what he said. He says, I arrested Amber Mills Wednesday evening. I talked to her on the phone, gave her the opportunity to turn herself in, but she wouldn't comply. Her boyfriend told me she wasn't there at the house, but she was in there, and I would like to be released from bond. The house had a very strong smell of marijuana, and there was a small child asleep on the couch. She was supposed to be at Bethesda, or?
Yeah, she was doing outpatient treatment.
And any?
It was basically non-compliant.
I went to my meeting in my mental health, and then on my second meeting, they sent me a message saying that the offices were closed for the weekend. And that was last week.
Do you have any kind of report for her today, or?
I can get one. I know our last ones were all basically non-compliant as well. If I can get you one for today.
Okay, let me see. This one, the last one I got is March 8th to March 15th. Amber Mills is currently 1.0 level care with Bethesda. She's not compliant with services as her treatment plan for the week of March 6th to the 12th. Lab results from the last send-off of March 2nd proved to be positive for THC and alcohol. Instant urine screen March the 9th showed positive for THC. An instant screen of March 15th showed positive for THC and benzodiazepines. Amber has not been present for any individual or group counseling. Amber has not contacted her counselor or outpatient director for her absences. Counselor spoke with Amber in person prior to a urinalysis screen on March 2nd, and she said about her absence, she said, I've just been at home. Is the recommendation of counselor to increase level of care for Amber to residential? Amber would also benefit from inpatient due to lack of independent living skills.
I don't understand what that means.
They're recommending you go inpatient.
I would like to not do that.
The thing with the Bethesda, I'm sorry, I'm echoing.
I can hear you just
It's a
fine.
little, it's a little more focused on like meth use and heroin use and people like that. And I cannot really get much out of it because I can't relate to that. I've never done anything like that before. I don't know what bandos are, and I don't know what living in a trap house is like. I don't really get anything out of that when it comes to that. I would like to have something outpatient that's a little bit more maybe alcohol based. Because I really don't, I've been in there and I was being compliant with all my meetings and they came in there and said that I had to be in. But I'm really just not getting anything out of it. I've tried. I don't relate to their stories and stuff in here.
Well, on March the 3rd, you tested for benzodiazepine, ecstasy, alcohol, and marijuana.
I don't know how that was in there. They tested me right after and I asked her if I could get a copy of it. She said yes, and Michelle did. So I could show it to you all that benzos are not in my system.
And you also have, if you got a boy, a son,
What is it?
how old is your child?
He is 6. He'll be 7 tomorrow.
Who's taking care of him?
He is with his father. We just know recently, I moved out with my dad and got back with his dad, and we're both living with him currently.
What's his name?
My son,
Your
or the father,
the father.
Lieutenant Carter. But I went in there and sent them from my doctor where my arm is, they gave me pain medicine and stuff. I took my medicine into, I sent all my medicines into Michelle Clutters that works there. So I have been keeping in contact with her. And this week my phone is off, so if they got a hold of me, I don't know.
Well, you were supposed to be in court on, what was it, March 17th?
Yes, I thought that it was April because every month you set it back a month, and we went twice in March. And then I had a review hearing on the 27th, which I paid off, and that's for you guys. I paid it off, you said if it was paid off, I would have to come in.
It was actually March 27th when you missed.
Yeah, that's what I meant, March 27th. But I thought that the one with, this was April 17th. Because I've never had 2 with this case in 1 month. But I guess March we get it. Every month you put it back to the next month. So I just have my dates mixed up on that. And I apologize. That's the first time this has ever happened. I've always done everything I needed to do through this court.
Well, I think this is another one we need to report to Children's Services. So I'm going to report you to Children's Services. What's the address where the child is?
619 North 6th Street.
Is that Ironton?
Yes, sir.
And what's the father's name?
McKinley Carter.
What's the name of your son?
Messiah Carter.
Messiah?
Messiah, M-E-S-S-I-A-H.
I know how to spell Messiah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. But I'm so sorry for this thing happened. I've done everything, and I know I messed up, but I really do this. I just need a second chance. There's somebody hung herself in here yesterday, and I'm in here over something so minute. This is not minute, it's just a big misunderstanding. But it's just drug out now, and I'm not living about that anymore.
Well, why wouldn't you, Mr. Sauer says he called you and you wouldn't come to court.
He called a phone number that was a text plus number, he told me the same thing, and he didn't talk to me. That was mine, don't have that number anymore, he had a whole number that's a text plus number, so I don't know if maybe they gave it to somebody else.
What's your current number?
My current number is 740-442-2997, and the bill isn't paid on it, but that is the number.
So you've been living at the 619 North 6th Street address?
Ever since this happened, I moved out of the house with my dad to ensure that it didn't happen again. And to be close with my son, so yeah, that's where I'm gonna die now.
Yeah, your dad's been coming to his hearings. He was
Yeah.
here on March 27th, he was here.
I don't know why he didn't tell me about it. I mean, I'm still talking to him on the phone. I just haven't been around.
Okay. I'm not, Mr. Sowers asked to be released off the bond, but I'm not going to release him because he just posted in January. So he's still on the hook to come get you if you don't come to court.
That's okay, this will never happen again. It will never happen again. I don't ever want to be inside with put ever again, especially after watching somebody try to hang themselves with a sheet yesterday, that too.
I don't want you to go to jail either, but I want you to do what you need to do, and I want you to go to your counseling sessions, I want you to get clean, and I want you to take care of your son.
That's exactly what I want, and I'm sorry.
Well, you're not doing it.
I know, I'm sorry, and I will, I'll do anything. I will make sure things is right. This is my first time ever meeting just to take a chance. And I had to come to you for a while.
Well, how old are you now, Amber?
31.
Okay, you're a fully grown woman. You're not a teenager.
No, you're correct.
You've got a child to take care of. That has to be your number one priority, and get clean and stay clean.
Absolutely.
You are doing damage.
That's right.
Do you realize you're doing damage to your son by the way you're acting? Do you want him to be in this jail in 15, 20 years?
No, absolutely not.
Well,
No.
you're setting him up for that by the way you're acting.
I've sat here and thought about that. Trust me, there's nothing but time to think. And it's totally up in my
Well, it should. You're messing up big time. You're not just messing up for yourself, you're messing up for your son. He needs you at home being a mom, not sitting in the jail, not out partying, not running around. You need to be a mom. It's time to be a mom. The partying time is over. You're too old to be partying. When you got a kid, 31, that's your primary duty. It's not to get out and have a bunch of fun and get high. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's get clean, come back. I'm going to let you out on your previous bond with Mr. Sowers. I'm not letting him off the bond. So he will come track you down. And next time, if you don't show up, I'm just going to leave you in jail for a while. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
You will not. You will not have to do that, I promise you.
Okay. Will Bethesda still take her back?
Yeah, if she's living right there in Ironton, that's just a couple blocks from the Ironton office. So
You
it
can
shouldn't be
walk
an
to
issue.
your treatment.
Yeah.
I can walk here, right, yes, sir.
And you've got to do it. No excuses.
You have my word.
I want to see you in 2 weeks, April the 14th. This is the only notice you're going to get.
Okay.
If you forget, call the court.
I will not forget.
2 weeks from now, 2 weeks from
I will
today.
have to do it.
And between now and then, I want you to stay clean, go to your sessions, take care of your son, do what you're supposed to do. April the 14th, and you need to be here at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
For sentence, he's on the sentencing docket. And review, well, we'll just make it sentence, April 14th. Bond still in effect.
Thank you.
Okay,
Everyone done?
you are done.
State of Ohio recalls Mark Hill, case number CRA 23-188, Ryan Mounts on deck.
Sam's Club after this.
All right. Corey Little's already left Riverside. So.
I just got some text messages, Your Honor.
So I'm going to issue a warrant for him, and Mr. Sowards is, he's going to get some bad news. Yeah. All right, Mark Hill, it looks like I've got the information I needed.
On the last page, on the last page of the list.
This is. Oh, here it is. All right, so I wanted to get some further information, Mr. Hill, and I do have it. So something came through from Adult Parole Authority. And it looks like the charges are intimidation, assault on a corrections officer, obstruction of official business, and obstructing business. So those are the charges that you have in Morrow County. So it's my understanding from you, you want to waive a hearing about that and agree to go to Morrow County on these charges. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to set bond at $25,000. Is that a bond you think you could post?
No. I can't post that.
Okay. So I'm going to give them a week to come get you.
All right.
So, Morrow, and I think there's a bus that runs from Lawrence County to Morrow County, back and forth, because we have a lot of, we used to have a bunch of prisoners up there. Our overflow used to go to Morrow County. So, Should be easy to get you there.
Right.
Somewhere then to pick you up by April 7th at 8 a.m. Or if you're still in the jail on April 7th, I'll see you at 10 a.m. or thereafter.
All right.
Any questions, sir?
No, sir.
We'll send this down for you to sign.
All right.
Okay, that's all.
All right. Hey, my boss is listening.
Well, you can use a bail bondsman, $2,500. You got $2,500?
I still got 80 hours, so what you gonna do, right?
Probably, yes. From Adult Parole Authority.
All right, thank you, sir.
State of Ohio versus Ryan Mount, case numbers TRC 19-2270 A and B, TRC 2025 45 A, B, and C, TRG 20-2139 A and B, and TRD 21-1476. And Taylor Parmenter is on deck.
That needs to be found. Mr. Steyer represents Mr. Mount. Anything happening?
Well, there's no information on the clerk of court's website indicating he's been indicted, which means he either hasn't been indicted or if he has, the indictments haven't been released, in which case I don't have access to that information. So at this point,
The common police still has a holder on him?
I would assume they do because he does have a case pending.
Yes.
Come back next week?
Wait a minute.
Just a second, Your Honor.
No, he's got a bond.
Was he indicted yesterday?
We don't
Today's the
know.
grand jury?
We don't know. But it was bound over, correct?
Well, I know that, but has the grand jury met?
Yesterday.
The grand jury's met.
Oh, the grand jury's meeting today, so it could be possible that they'll be looking at him today. I don't know.
They met yesterday and they're doing it today, too. So then we wouldn't know until probably next week.
So it's going to be next week before we would know anything, Your Honor. I would suggest we maybe wait till the 10th. That gives them the entire week to figure out what's happening, and maybe that would give us a better shot of learning something.
10th?
Yeah, that's Monday. That's a week from Monday, so that way we can find out next week.
Okay.
Because if he's indicted, he might even get in front of a judge Wednesday, but we would have time to find that out.
All right, at your request, this case is continued to April the 10th. I think I already set an OR bond for him in case he gets freed up from common pleas. So if you get out of jail, you got to get to the court in Chesapeake on April the 10th on your own. If you're still in jail, we'll see you by teleconference.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Taylor Parmenter, case number CRA 23-189 A and B and CRB 23-191. Donald Porter is on desk. Your Honor, it's my understanding that she had a child that the Children's Services has taken custody of that child.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you're Taylor Parmenter. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court in Chesapeake. This is your arraignment hearing. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything, but if you do make statements, it's all on the record. It could be used against you. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail, to make the state prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
You got 2 charges. Well, 3 charges, actually. 23-189A is a possession of drugs charge. It alleges March 30th, 2023 in Fayette Township, you knowingly were in possession of methamphetamine. That's a felony 5. Maximum penalty is a year in jail, $2,500 fine. 189B alleges March 30th in Fayette Township, you were knowingly in possession of fentanyl. That's a felony fine. Maximum penalty, 1 year in jail, $2,500 fine. 23191 alleges March 30th of this year in Fayette Township, you were the parent or custodian of a minor child, and you had that child in such a situation that it created a substantial risk to its health or safety by violating a duty of care, protection, or support. That's endangering children. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. You understand these charges?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
No.
Do you have a job?
No.
All right, Mr. Stratton, I'll appoint you.
Yes, Your Honor. Are you standing up for
She
her?
was at,
She was a client in our treatment center. All those charges have in our treatment center.
Oh,
all
okay.
right, Mr. Hill, what's the state's position on bond? And I guess she was at Southern Hope at one point, before or after these charges?
No, she was at Southern Hope when this whole thing occurred. She had relapsed the day before yesterday, and then when we were trying to address that is when she apparently went back and relapsed again, and that's when the police were called.
So this happened at the facility?
At the facility.
And the child was there too?
And the child was there, and it's in our women and children's house.
Mr. Hill?
Well, at this point, I don't think that she should be trusted to be back out in a treatment facility. She actually had drugs and overdosed at the facility with her child there. So, I mean, we would ask that the court would order a $25,000 cash or surety bond.
You all want to talk and then?
Your Honor,
I made a mistake.
you know, whenever people go to rehab, they relapse. I mean, that's part of it. But I just ask for a reasonable bond in this matter, I believe. And we can set it for next Friday for a prelim.
Where's the child now?
CPS came and took custody of the child yesterday.
Okay.
So that might be something that should maybe factor in, that if the Children's Services now has the child and
Please let me go back.
We could.
electronic monitoring, if the court decides that she should go back to treatment, we think that that would at least be
So it was a recommendation of our clinical team that she should be referred out to a higher level of care just because of the severity of the incident. I believe OVP's detox program would probably be a good option.
How about that? Would you be fine with that, Your Honor? Maybe.
Yeah, probably with an ankle monitor.
Okay.
I don't know if we can get one. We probably can't get one today. I'm concerned about her detoxing in the jail.
I'm not detoxing.
Okay.
So, does that change the court's stance on that, or
But she
$25?
still needs to go inpatient and probably
Okay.
a higher level of care.
At OVP?
I would be okay with OVP.
How about OVP with an ankle monitor when they become
I think she
available?
needs an ankle monitor. Apparently Corey Little needed an ankle monitor too.
I was going to say that, and I don't know why it didn't come out of my mouth.
Well, we do have Mr. Sowitz. He has a bond up with Mr. Sowitz, so he's gonna get caught.
So it's $25,000 cash and surety, but a signature bond when she can go to OVP, correct?
Do you agree to go to treatment?
Yes, sir, but how am I going to pay a bond?
You're not. You're gonna sign you're just gonna sign a promise that you will come to court when you're ordered, or then you'll pay. Can we get I'm gonna order you get an ankle monitor first, and then I'll release you. I'm gonna text OVP and see if they'll come pick you up.
Okay.
Okay.
And they say they can get a monitor on you today.
Oh, okay, great.
We've been told whenever it is ordered, they will get it as soon as possible.
That's different than it used to be.
And that will be with the no R bond.
Yeah, 2,000 OR.
Maybe they're going to Toro Loco earlier.
Do we have court on the 7th? Is there court on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay. If we could schedule.
Contrary to popular belief, Good Friday is not a legal holiday.
I know. Some.
It's an unofficial holiday for all those very devout, very devout staff members.
Some courts are, it's
They
not
will go
consistent.
home
It's not
and
consistent.
pray. If I let them out early, they're gonna go home and pray. the rest of the
So, okay, the schedule is for the 7th, Your Honor, for prelims?
Yeah.
No, yeah. Well, that's all. No, but it's better to check than to assume.
I'm sending a copy of the charges to OVP.
Okay.
Well, we're coming back. Yeah, you go ahead and sign it.
It's the ankle monitor order. Thank you.
Can you follow, because I texted Brianna earlier, she didn't respond. So.
I've been speaking with her, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yeah.
she's there.
Yeah, she's been answering my text message and been on the phone with her today.
Okay, we need some freight from OVP to pick her up, this parameter after there's an ankle monitor.
Okay. I'll make sure she knows.
So we don't have to notify Children's Services, they already know about this one.
How am I gonna get my stuff?
I don't know. You'll call somebody, I guess, but that's like the least of our worries right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm ordering you to get an ankle monitor, go to treatment, do what they tell you. You have a felony, so this is really serious business, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So you gotta mind your P's and Q's, and you got your child taken away from you because of all this. So if you wanna get your kid back and not go to prison, you need to do what you're told, and go to treatment. No drama, do what you're told, and come back to court and I'll get a report, so I'm gonna know whether you're doing it or not. Okay.
State of Ohio versus.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
State of Ohio versus Donald Porter, case number CRA 23-197, A and B.
Your Honor, set her for New Year's Day.
April 7th. Sir, are you Donald Porter?
Yes, sir.
I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court in Chesapeake. This is your arraignment hearing. Everything you say is being recorded, including your video. There, now we got a better picture. You're appearing in the courtroom on a video monitor.
Yes, sir.
You've got two charges, breaking and entering and theft. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. And when you do say stuff, it's all going down on the record. So if you admit something about your case, the state can use that against you. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail and to make the state prove charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those things?
Yes, sir.
Breaking and entering and theft are the charges. The breaking and entering alleges that on March 29th in Union Township, by force, stealth, or deception, you trespassed in an unoccupied structure with the purpose to go in there and commit a theft. So that's a breaking and entering charge. It's a felony 5. Maximum penalty is a year in jail, $2,500 fine. You're also charged with theft. It's alleged that you purposely deprive 5 brothers of property, being a catalytic converter, copper pipe or wire, an air conditioning unit, that the value of this property was more than $1,000, so that makes it a felony theft. Maximum penalty, a year in jail, $2,500 fine. Do you understand these two charges?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the money to hire a lawyer?
No, I know what's Sunday, I don't have a job, I was praying I had $500 for bond.
Where do you work?
I work at Demo Bakeries.
Oh, Old Heiners.
Yeah, but I've already missed 2 days, right there Sunday, I won't have a job.
Well, that's
I have
a pretty good job. Are you paid by the hour?
Yes,
How much per hour?
$16.
Do you work 40 hours a week or more?
It's been less lately, because it's more hard, it's 32 hours.
32 hours. Do you have anybody you're supporting?
I have my home, my bills.
Okay.
I got my home, my mother passed away, and I had that home. Fairly keeping the bills paid.
You have,
So I have 500.
did you
I have 500 in
inherit,
it.
did you inherit money too as well as the home?
No, I had 500 in the bank from my work. And I owe most of the taxes on the home.
That doesn't matter what you owe, it just matters what you make, according to the Supreme Court. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and appoint Mr. Smith.
How you doing?
Yes, sir.
What's the state's position on bond for Mr. Smith?
Your
Not
Honor.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Porter. I'm getting everybody turned around.
$1,000 cash or surety bond for this guy.
I have 500.
I think he might be on community control at Common Police Court. We're looking right now to see.
That's for 3,000.
No.
Unless there's a different Donald Porter, which it could be.
There might be.
I check in there, but I have my probation.
Checks in.
You check in, Kyle, please.
I check in every other month, for the fines and passes and stuff.
Here, Your Honor, he has reviewed.
Oh, here, not down in Ironton, just here?
Yeah. That's what I'm reviewing.
Mr. Sowers, I'm sorry about Amber Mills, but I need your help on her. She's a tough case.
That's okay, Your Honor.
Got a little kid involved.
I agree. I hated to see the scenario I saw when I went to her house the other night. You know, the place reeked of marijuana, and there was a small child laying on the couch asleep. So I'd be glad to assist.
Thank you.
Oh, I can't do anything if there's a holder on it. Yeah, it happened.
You may just open up children's services, give them an office or something. They probably need to be here all the time.
So, Your Honor, apparently Mr. Porter has a $500 bill to pay for a bondsman. So we're okay with a bond that would, as long as Mr. Sowers posted, I don't know if he will or not, but we also think he might be on community control, but we haven't figured it out yet.
5,000 then? Is it what you're recommending for the bond?
Something, I don't know if it's exactly 10% or not to do it, but something that would allow him maybe 3,000.
Okay, I'll set bond at 3,000, cash or surety. And you think you can post that bond?
Yes, that's $400.
Well, you all can negotiate that. It'll be in that, it'll be under 500 then, I take it.
Yes.
Mr. Sowers is here. You want to talk to him? You want him to?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll call the jail. They're usually real good about getting them out of their cell and getting them to a phone, so I
Mr. Sowers, I have to have someone come get my debit card and go to the ATM. So it might be late this evening or in the morning.
Okay. All right. I'll call down there and talk to you, Donald.
Okay, so
Okay, thank you.
based on that, when would you want to come by?
Only bad day for me is April 21st, Judge. I can do.
Well, do you want, how confident are you that you can post the bond, Mr. Porter?
I'm sorry.
Are you pretty confident that you can post this
Yes.
bond? Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I don't want you just sitting in jail.
No, I have 500 in my bank account.
Well,
There'll be I have Gary Jones call Mr. Sowers to get the money to him.
you could do the 10th, or would you say the 14th is
I
bad?
know the 21st is bad. 14th is fine.
14th?
Yes, sir.
April 14th. So 2 weeks, you got to be in court. 2 weeks from today, April 14th.
Hey, Donald, what's your cell phone number?
304-963-2209.
I'll give you a call. Probably Monday. I'll call you. 2209. All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
All right, that's all.
What's the date?
April 14th.
14th April.
April 14th.
That's your next hearing.
Monday or Friday?
That's a Friday, 2 weeks from today.
Yes, sir, thank you very much.
Okay, we're finished at the jail.
State of Ohio recalls Corey Little, case number CRB 23-194A and B, CRB 23-195. No.
All right, do I need to send you a copy? I ordered you to go to inpatient. I don't think they even get to the
Came down to
facility.
the building, offered about a staff lunch, and to give him a 30-minute head start, and walked out the door.
So I'll issue a warrant today.
Which reading?
My handwriting's awful. It's getting worse too. It took me 3 tries to write his last name.
So he gets a warrant and be held without bond once you get it. No bond. He said he lived right next door, so. Now, is he dumb enough to go right next door?
He might have had to go let his dog out to the bathroom first.
That's right.
Yeah, he's worried about the dog.
State of Ohio recalls Bryce Butcher, case number TRC 193992A and B, PRD 2016-19 B and C.
Your Honor, I spoke with Andy Davis. He did a screening. He has transportation on the way to pick him up, taking him home.
Okay. So I'm ordering him to do 27 days of jail to complete his obligations on 1939-92 and 2016-19, but immediately he's going to go to foundation for methadone withdrawal. That's my understanding. He says they can get you off in 3 to 7 days. So and then you'll go to the jail and finish up. So,
Is he gonna come back here before he goes to jail?
no,
What day is he gonna report to jail?
today.
Today, okay, that's what
No,
I.
well, he's going to go to foundations today, then he's going to report to jail whenever he's completed at foundations. So I'm going to order foundations to deliver him to the jail once he's finished.
So what day should I put on his jail release? I mean, like my,
Well, he's not actually going to jail today, so they're going to come pick him up from here, correct?
They're going to come pick him up here. I'll have them bring him back to me.
Okay.
Then we can.
okay, because I'll just white out the date on this then, and then I'll just, or I can do a new one
Well,
then.
we'll have him report to you. I'll have him report here, and then I'll give the judge, and we'll get.
Okay.
Let's keep that, it said a May 8th date, so that should be a good date to review. And if something happens between now and then, we can put it on the docket before then. Okay, so you're gonna get off methadone, then you gotta finish up your jail time, and then May the 8th, we'll see you then. If you're still in jail, I don't think you will be, you gotta get here. But you still have fines and costs to pay, and community service, that you never did.
Your Honor, may we approach for a moment?
Sure.
Is that Joseph's microphone? Oh, I didn't know that.
Which one? Oh, okay. What do we do with him? Yeah. Ask the jail if they've already, if they have. When did we set that for? Okay. Okay, on that last girl, OVP says they can't take her till Monday.
Oh,
So you want to try to find someplace else?
yeah, on Taylor?
Parmenter, yeah.
Parmenter, yeah.
There's
Yeah,
not
let's,
any female beds.
where else should we?
I don't know who does female.
Bethesda, did that?
I don't think they do female. Bethesda,
Bethesda doesn't have any females?
I don't know.
No, Land Goshen has one, but I don't know if it's a high, it's probably not high enough.
Is he still there? It's just violation of protection.
Do you need your file back?
No, I just need, can you try to find her a place to go?
Yeah, I'll try to find her a place to go.
Otherwise, it's gonna be Monday.
Do I, I'm sorry.
It's gonna be Monday. Usually OVP has a bed, but they said they don't have a female bed.
Well, should we just wait for OVP to have a bed? I mean, how long would that be?
I mean, that's Monday. She's gonna be there this week.
What are you
Looks a
doing?
little
I was gonna
delicate.
call Darren.
Oh,
Bethesda has a female.
okay, she's gonna call Bethesda.
Okay.
And we still have Mr. Ingram that showed up late. I don't know if you, I'm sure you have that file.
Who is it?
Jeffrey Ingram?
Oh, yeah, we got him here. Call him up.
Yeah, whenever you get a chance. Well, wait. Just hold on. It's not-
State of Ohio versus Jeffrey Ingram, case number CRV 2393A and B, and TRC 23134, TRD 173347.
Your Honor, Mr. Ingram had a flat tire on his way here.
Okay.
He did show up. He's been here a little bit now.
Go ahead and talk to them.
I've seen.
Apparently, he did call the court, too. But we're still waiting on your results on this, so we just asked this be reset.
Any idea when we'll get results?
Yeah, I don't know.
2/10 was the arraignment, so it's,
Probably not until May, maybe, Your Honor.
well, I would say maybe the 17th or 21st.
Okay, we could do the 21st of April.
Oh, that case is,
21st of April is fine.
all right, on Jeffrey Ingram, that needs to be April 21st. So cancel warrant,
April 21st.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
10 o'clock.
All right, you good?
If Bethesda does have a bed, they can go get her today.
Yeah, how
How
about
fast I can.
Is that right if I change the entry from
Yeah.
AED to put the vest on?
Yes. She won't know the difference. Maybe I don't think we need to call her up. She just knows she's
no.
going to treatment.
Yeah, she'll. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recalls Casey J. Jackson, case number CRB 22510, and others. We did not ever get a report.
I think I did. Well, we didn't get a report from, not a detailed report. Here's what I got. And I'll read it.
Yeah, because I do it over the phone, so they're not noticing.
So I texted Kyle Gibson, who's my contact at PATH. Can you get me a report? And I sent him a copy of his complaint. Non-compliant, hasn't been seen since March the 7th. His therapist will write a letter. I said, thanks. And I texted him later, said, I still haven't received a letter. In case he's still here waiting. His therapist is off today, but she said she will write up a letter as soon as she gets back. I'm currently in an assessment. We had no way to tell when his next court date was due to him not showing up for services March 7th. So, non-compliant.
No, they told me to do it over the phone. They call me every 2 weeks to call.
Okay. Your Honor, he's advised that he does his therapy every 2 weeks over the phone, so he wouldn't have physically been in there, but I don't know without seeing what they're saying how he's not compliant other than that.
When are you going to be here next?
I'm here Monday and I believe next Friday.
Let's come back Monday.
Okay.
Because they said they'd have us report then.
That's fine. Yeah, that way we can see exactly what's
All
going on.
right, April 3rd.
All right, thank you.
April 3rd will be the next hearing. We'll get a report from Pat.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio recalls Joseph Michael Cremines, case number CRB 22655 and CRB 22658 at the Lawrence County Jail.
All right, Mr. Smith represents Mr. Kameen.
Yes, sir.
And I rethought this on his bond. I think he needs to go get treatment.
Wonder what his pay source is for medical treatment.
You have a medical card, don't you, Mr. Kameen?
Yes, I do.
Ohio?
Yes.
Have you been to treatment before?
No. I've been sober since the 1st of October.
So he lives here in Chesapeake, Judge.
Excuse me?
I said, it looks like you live here in Chesapeake, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you want to go to a facility in Chesapeake?
If that's what it takes.
It's Riverside? Still here? Are you left? How about, let's try Thrive? And with Riverside, in conjunction with Riverside. I'm going to give you a peer recovery coach. What's your cell phone number?
740-617-7400.
Okay, say it again.
740-617-7400.
Did we get it?
Got it.
Okay, so somebody's gonna call you from a place called Thrive, and it's gonna be somebody for you to talk to about substance use issues. Then I'm also ordering, and they can help you get it set up with, you can help them get into Riverside too, right? Well, we're gonna try outpatient, and if that doesn't work, then you may have to go inpatient.
Yes, sir.
So, do we wanna change that date?
If you want to, Judge, just the 21st is the only bad date for me coming up.
I want to see you in 2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
So that's the 14th, April 14th. You got to be in the court in Chesapeake at 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Do you know where the court is?
Yes, sir.
All right. And will you be the one calling or someone?
Yes, I will call and do his referral, and then I'll give him a number, and he will have to call and do his assessment with the clinical team.
Okay, a local person for Thrive is going to call you. They've got your cell number, and then they'll give you a number you need to call in to do an assessment, and then she'll help you also about the how to get in touch with Riverside, get that set up.
Okay.
And then you got to be back in court in 2 weeks, April 14th. And the person that's going to be calling you, his name is Juanita. She's worked with the Thrive representative locally.
Okay.
So you should be getting out of jail here in a little bit.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Good luck. Okay. Till the 16th. On Corey Little, let's set a bond forfeiture for the 17th, April 7th. Yeah, April 17th, this year. I'll text it back.
State of Ohio versus Trevor Schmidt, case number CRB 21167.
What did we work out?
After several phone calls and speaking to several people, Your Honor, it is true that they did at one time prescribe him gabapentin a while back. And he does have an appointment to speak to a physician about getting back on it. Told him the court wasn't happy with that, didn't feel that was appropriate, but they didn't really seem to really care.
ODP or?
ODP, the physicians.
Well, I care.
Yeah, I understand that.
You cannot take gabapentin with Suboxone. Well,
But
you can, but you're going, it's a problem, so.
Ms. Dement said she was going to speak to the physician about it, that she didn't agree with that neither, but.
Have them call me.
Yes.
If they have a problem with it.
And as far as the discrepancy between what she sent and what the counselor sent is that he is not compliant in the computer, but with talking to the physician, they would put him in compliance, but.
Okay.
It's kind of a miscommunication between the two.
All right, I'm going to change your date. There's too much stuff going on. So I want you back sooner.
Okay.
I was going to give you some space, but I want to see you earlier. Let's make it, what's better for you, Mondays or Fridays?
Probably Fridays.
April 28th.
We're going to continue to have him come in daily, Your Honor?
Twice a week.
Twice a week? Okay.
But no gabapentin.
Okay. April 28th?
Yes.
Thank you. Do they start at 9?
9.
Okay. Thanks.
Court's adjourned. Finally.